tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
This morning to help us facilitate this program. With this, I would want to leave this to my director engineer Gatitu, to come and give us the opening remarks and usher in the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. Good morning, everyone. Our distinguished guest and our esteemed colleagues and people online. Hamjambo. It's a great honor and privilege to welcome you to our fifth edition of our quarterly knowledge sharing quorum. For our guests who have come today, we've been having this one every quarter, sharing knowledge. This initiative exemplifies our unwavering commitment to fostering knowledge sharing and continuous learning and innovation within the authority. But first, I wish to pass our apology for our DG. He was to be here, but due to other engagement, he has not been able to come. But he's here with us. He's the one who has been doing this. In fact, I want to extend our deepest appreciation to our DG for his steadfast leadership and unwavering support in institutionalizing a culture of knowledge sharing and innovation within the authority. Learning is a continuous thing. As my headmaster, back then in UG High School is in Eldoret, said that we should learn a new thing every day, even if it's tying the shoelaces. You should try and learn. This was said in 1982, the year of the coup. And it's very, very valid even today. On finishing university, most of us thought that learning was over. But on graduation day, we were given powers to read and do all that pertains to this degree. This meant we were given authority to pursue further knowledge. This is what today is all about. We want to learn and unlearn. Over the past 4 quarters, we have had industry practitioners, colleagues from various directorates sharing insight and experience on diverse themes. Initially, we did the first one on structures, then we did with QA, we've even done with PP, that is public-private partnership. We have provided forums for our staff to leverage on their knowledge with their colleagues on different sectors. We have documented and preserved critical knowledge in our central knowledge repository and implemented the KeNHA. KeNHA is a software where you can actually put your innovation. To date, we have 21 innovation ideas that have been submitted. Additionally, the directorate continues to document lessons learned. Whatever will be learned today will also be documented. Today, we shift our focus on a very critical and urgent issue, road safety. Road safety is not just a transportation concern. It's a public health, social economic challenge that demands our collective action. The numbers are staggering. Globally, road traffic crashes claim approximately 1.2 million lives annually. This has been got from the World Health Organization, 2023. In Kenya, an average of 4,000 people lose their lives each year due to road crashes. I want to bring this one to this hall. I want to bring those statistics here. We are less than 100, but let's assume we are 100. Therefore, about 40 times of us will die this year by road crashes and accident if we choose to do nothing. And by the way, we can all get into accident. It affects the holy-poly, the mighty, even the mighty. Remember, Emilio Mwai Kibaki, the third president, was involved in a car accident. The governor of Nyeri died in a road crash. I know people in this room don't overspeed, overtake carelessly, overlap. Hawa ni wengine, other people. It's not us. So what am I saying? That it affects, road safety starts with us. The Kenya National Road Action Plan, that is 2024-2028, guided by the second decade action of the road safety, 2021-2030, aims at achieving a 50%. So it means we still have 2,000 people dying. But we are trying to bring that down. But in Kenya, I think some time back it was 3,000. Now it has gone to 4,000, 4,000 plus. So I think something urgent needs to be done. The loss of lives, injuries, economic cost associated with road crashes make this a pressing issue. As KeNHA, we recognize that road safety is a shared responsibility requiring a holistic and a safe systematic approach. Our commitment is to ensure safer roads and a more secure transportation system aligned with global and national road safety strategy. Today's forum will enlighten and remind us of our duty. And like I said, and I want to repeat, it starts with us. Collectively, individually, to contribute to the goal of reducing road fatalities and injury. This forum is a platform for collaboration, innovation, and solution discourse aimed at ensuring safer road for all. I look forward to engaging and getting more information on this. Like I said, learning is a continuous thing. With those few remarks, I want to declare this forum officially open. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At this juncture, I'd like to invite Director HDS to come and give his remarks. Karibu sana, Director.
Good morning, everyone. Tusalimiane kwa hewa. Good to see you. My name is Engineer Ezekiel Fukwo. I'm the Director of Highway Design and Safety at the Kenya National Highways Authority. I take this opportunity to really welcome you to KeNHA, and also we appreciate your honoring our invite. All those who have been able to attend, both physically and then also online, we appreciate you to discuss this very important topic, which is a silent pandemic. And it is my pleasure and honor that we will be able at the end of it all to come up with our good way forward on how to address this. I'd like to appreciate the various people who have come to be with us. We have from the National Police Service, Mr. Superintendent Police Boniface Otieno, karibu sana. We have NTSA Dr. Kiplagat. We have Catherine Kimani, a specialist in road safety matters. We have from the University of Nairobi, Engineer Matheri. I think he was my lecturer, karibu. We have teams from, we have Madam Bright Oyoa, from Association of Physically Disabled Kenya, and also a representative of Global Road Safety Partnership. And at one time she was a board member of NTSA. We have Christine Ogut, engineer representing the IK. We have senior members from the Kenya National Highways Authority. We have staff members and all those people. Karibuni sana, and welcome to this forum. It gives me honor and privilege to be here today on this 5th edition of Knowledge Sharing Forum to discuss a topic, a cause that is very important, which is road safety. At this juncture, I would like to appreciate the leadership of KeNHA and also the Directorate of Planning and Research and Compliance, led by the Director Gatitu, for organizing such forum to accord us a platform to share and learn from each other. Thank you so much for this opportunity that you have given unto us. And also for what you have come here to be able to do. Today, as we gather here with a shared purpose, to share experiences, learn from one another, discuss best practices, and collaborate on solutions that will improve on road safety across the nation. Road safety is not just a responsibility, it's a shared moral obligation. We are acutely aware of the increasing number of road traffic crashes, injuries, and fatalities on our roads. And as the director indicated, based on the global statistics, local ones, where I believe now we are at 4,000 people, those are people, parents, brothers and sisters, not just statistics. So it is an issue that is very serious, which has also become significant on public health, societal and economic challenge in this country. And as you are aware, it is not just about the crashes. There are other associated consequences that come with that. So ladies and gentlemen, every life lost or injury sustained on our road is a stark reminder of the urgent need for concerted action. As KeNHA, we endeavor to design, construct, maintain road infrastructure that prioritizes safety of all road users. However, we recognize that road safety is a multifaceted issue that requires collaboration across sectors. And at KeNHA, we have made significant strides in integrating safety into our roads. As you all are aware, it has been indicated that it is a shared responsibility where we have multiple players. We have players who engage. We do the engineering aspect, there's the education aspect, there's the enforcement aspect, and then plus many others. So it is something like that cannot just be addressed by KeNHA alone or NTSA alone. So we have to come together to be able to address those issues. So despite these efforts, the challenges remain significant. Road traffic crashes still continue to increasingly claim more lives and injuries. Road infrastructure alone is not enough. Human behavior, enforcement of traffic laws, and public awareness, road safety research are equally critical. This is where partnership with stakeholders come into play. Hence the reason why we have invited a smorgasbord of partners to be able to address this. We need to work together more closely, bringing in expertise of academia. You can see Engineer Mahathir is here. The insights of private sector, we have Engineer Catherine will be able to assist us there. And engagement of civil society to form a holistic approach to road safety. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we engage in the discussions today, I urge all of us to share our experiences and knowledge. Let us challenge our assumptions, think creatively beyond conventional approach, and how we can contribute to making our roads safer for all. One life lost is one too many, and every life saved and every injury prevented is a collective success that benefits all. Let us take this opportunity to renew our commitment and forge strong partnership, enhance our collective efforts, and take meaningful action towards safer roads for all Kenyans. Every action we take has a potential to save lives. Let's remember that. Therefore, let us live here today with renewed commitment to work together, not as individual entities, but as a united force for road safety. As I close, we anticipate that as we live here, you will become ambassadors of road safety. There is a saying that eat, drink, sleep. There are people who eat, drink, sleep football, right? So, we should eat, drink, sleep road safety issues. Let us, in whichever way that we are, wherever we are, try to be able to change this narrative. And Engineer Monica will come here. She's the Deputy Director in charge of safety at HDS. She will go into the granular details on what strategies we intend to employ as KeNHA, which we believe will synergize with the other players in the space. And then we see how we can collaborate and move to the next stage, because now time for talking, I believe, is over. It's time for action. And I believe this session is just a precursor for the upcoming road conference slated in the next few months to come, of which we shall still invite you, all the people. We are working together. There's a multi-agency group that has been crafting it for some time now. And after that, we'll meet together. Each entity will have its role to play, and we'll have a time-based matrix of implementation and tracking, monitoring, to see how we can now be able to address all the issues that have been disturbing us in this front. So thank you so much, and I look forward to a fruitful discussion. Be blessed. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Director, for reminding us that road safety affects you and me personally. The 4,000 people that we're talking about are a sister to someone, a brother to somebody, a parent to someone. this, we have the Global Road Safety Partnership. We have the, of course, NTSA. Very, very important in this particular aspect of road safety. To start us off is our very own Engineer Monica. I'd like to give her bio before she comes to give her presentation. Allow me to read as the team shares her presentation. So Engineer Monica is a registered professional engineer with over 24 years of experience. Did you hear 24? Yes. Very, very experienced. She's currently serving as the Deputy Director in charge of highway safety at the Kenya National Highways Authority. She has undergone extensive and specialized training on road safety, and so she's a specialist with prestigious organizations such as the Royal Society for the Prevention of Accidents, International Road Assessment Program, International Road Federation, Chartered Institute of Transport and Logistics, where she is recognized as a road safety auditor and trainer. She's accredited with successfully establishing and operationalizing the Road Safety Department at KeNHA.
What's up, guys? Welcome back.
She developed and implemented the department's work frame, systems, and procedures. Her leadership has been instrumental in coordinating and leading numerous road safety studies and audits. And she is, as well as developing key regional and national road development investment plans, road safety management policies, manuals, and guidelines. Notable achievements: the Black Spot Management Guidelines for East African Community and the Northern Corridor member countries, the Crash Costing Model, National Crash Database System for Kenya. And prior to her appointment as the Deputy Director, Highway Safety, Engineer Monica led and participated in the successful delivery of key road infrastructure development and rehabilitation projects, the project conceptualization to design, construction, and management. Engineer Monica is a registered professional engineer with EBK, a corporate member of IEK. She's also a trained arbitrator and a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. She holds a master's degree in transport planning and engineering from Edinburgh, Napier University, UK, and a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Nairobi. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Engineer Monica as she comes to give her presentation. Hold it until she reaches here. Let's continue clapping for Engineer Monica. Karibu sana, Engineer. Thank you, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. I don't know if you're happy to be here. For me, I'm happy to be here. And it is a great honor and privilege to stand before you to make a presentation on road safety. But before I make the presentation, I would like to acknowledge the contribution of a team that has worked with me in preparing this and also in managing road safety matters at Kenya National Highways Authority. So, Highway Safety Department staff who are here, kindly rise up. Thank you. So this is a team, a very young team, as you can see. and also very, very few, but the most diligent member of KeNHA staff that I've worked with. This is a department, you may sit down. This is a department that is very young, but I want to believe that we've been able to achieve a lot. And it's not the work of one individual, it's the work of the team that is, we have just acknowledged right now. Now, I've already been introduced. My name is Engineer Monica Bonyo. I work as a Deputy Director, Highway Safety at the Kenya National Highways Authority. But before I delve into my presentation, allow me to begin with a very small history. It will take a very few minutes, but it is very important for us to know where we have come from in terms of history of road safety and where we are. And as they say, history reminds us of who we are. And those who look at the history and reflect on them are able to chart a good way forward so that you don't repeat the mistakes that you made in the past. Now, road safety has come a very long way. It has come a very long way indeed. If you look at the first history of road safety, it started many centuries ago. Many centuries ago. But it first became a great concern to nations, and I think to the whole world, in the 19th century. In the 19th century, you know what year those ones are? The 18-something. Now you might be wondering why I'm referring to things that happened in the 18s. Blah, blah, blah. Now, the records that I looked at, the first car that was invented in the world was invented in 1886. That was in the 19th century. The person who invented this car, when I looked at the records that I found, was somebody by the name Carl Benz, 1886. And then after that, there were many inventions all over the world, in the industrialized world then. And then also history tells us that the first road traffic crash that happened in the world, the one that is known, probably there might be others, happened in 1891. And it was in Ohio, United States of America. Fortunately, it was not a fatal crash. It was a car of an inventor who was driving it to test how good it could work, and then it crashed. Maybe back then, it was not such an issue. History again also tells us that the first fatal road crash happened 5 years later in 1896 in London, the UK. This time, it was a man who was driving his car and then ran over a 44-year-old lady. It was a fatal crash. That was the first recorded road crash. Then after that, of course, many happened. But something very, very interesting that we need to note, that between 1896 and 1891, those are a span of 5 years, there were only 3 fatal crashes that were recorded worldwide. 2 were in the United Kingdom, and 1 was in the US. I don't know what was happening here in Kenya. Here in Kenya, I think they were very busy constructing the Kenya-Uganda Railway. But also, very, very important for us also to know that the first road to be built in Kenya was in 1890. And this is the main corridor, that is the Mombasa, Nairobi, Malaba Northern Corridor. Back then it was known as Mackinson something road. Also very, very important also to know that the first car to have been bought and brought here in Kenya was in 1903. Interesting, because majority in this room are engineers. This was a car that was owned by a road engineer by the name George Wilson, who was Australian, probably working here in Kenya around that time. Now, after all these incidences, accidents happening all over the world, automobile invention and then also manufacturing of vehicles were also picking up. A lot of crashes were happening. So then it became a concern of the world and globally. And through United Nations, then the first report on road safety was done in 1962. Back then, the statistics was about 100,000 people who had died worldwide. And majority of these fatalities were happening in the industrial world, not in Africa, and definitely not in Kenya. Maybe probably in Africa they were not documented. Then many efforts were done to try to address the issue of road safety. Government all over the world started enacting laws and regulation to manage road safety. We started seeing roads being constructed with traffic lights, with road markings, with signs, footpaths, cycle tracks, pedestrian crossings, and even dual carriageway. And right now, we are in the era of the smart highways. So global efforts, very important also to note that the first UN Global Ministerial Conference on Road Safety first happened in 2009, just to bring to the world attention of the issue of road safety and also to rally the efforts of the globe. This happened in Moscow. Then it was followed by a UN Decade of Action for Road Safety, the first one, 2011 to 2020, a 10-year global action plan to address the issue of road safety. The second one was in 2015 in Brasilia. And then the third one was in 2020 in Stockholm, Sweden, where I had the opportunity to participate in. And thereafter, soon after the 2020 Global Ministerial Road Safety, we had the second UN Decade of Action for Road Safety, 2021 to 2030. The first and the second had a target of reducing deaths and injuries all over the world by 50%. So this is what we have. Now, something interesting and very important happened this year, that Africa hosted the first Global Ministerial Road Conference on Road Safety in Marrakech, Morocco. That was about 2 weeks ago. And we are fortunate that we have participants who represented the country in different capacities with us here today. So they will be able to share with us some of the experiences and some of the things that they were able to learn from other participants. Now, looking at this history, what does the future hold for us? We are now in the advent of autonomous vehicles, autonomous driving. A lot of revolutions is happening. But we need to ask ourselves that what does this future hold for us? As practitioners in different sectors, have we prepared ourselves? Are we ready for such kind of revolution? And how will be the interaction between the human beings and the machines which are remotely controlled will be? What will be the story of road safety? With that short story, allow me now to go into my presentation. Now, I've deliberately put a very graphic image as my first slide. I'm sorry if maybe this might be disturbing, but it is important for us to appreciate the gravity of road safety. This is a crash that happened in one of the roads here in Kenya, and actually one of the roads that we manage as Kenya National Highways Authority. By the very own image of this, I know most of you can guess where this place is. I don't know if somebody can be able to know. This happened in Sachangwan some time back. And there were many of such crashes. One morning, people woke up to a bad accident where one single crash caused the death of over 50 people. Then the country said, enough is enough. We need to do something. And I'm happy to say that as Kenya National Highways Authority, we were able to do something on that road that has changed the statistics, has changed the way the road operates right now. Now, the outline of my presentation, I'll do a definition of road safety. Then we do an overview of Department of Highway Safety, how it is structured, what is our mandate, status of road safety, both globally and nationally, and then what are the governing framework, then management strategies in line with the global best practices. Then we look at road safety audit, one of the measures that we employ in this sector, and then what KeNHA is doing to manage road safety, lessons learned, and then the way forward. Now, what is road safety? You may ask yourself, what is road safety? There are methods and measures that are put in place to lessen the risk of a road safety being involved in a road traffic crash that are likely to cause injuries and fatalities. There can be very many measures. As we said, road safety is very broad. You look at the engineering, so you look at the safety of the infrastructure. Of course, the vehicle play a very important role, the safety of that vehicle. Road user behavior. Of course, any other measures that are put in place to address issues of traffic crashes, education, post-crash care. So all those measures that are put in place to address that issue is what we call road safety. Allow me to look at the overview of Road Safety Department. I'll begin with where we draw our mandate. We draw that legal mandate from Section 42F of the Kenya Roads Act 2007, and I'll quote verbatim. It provides that we collaborate with the ministry responsible for transport and the police department to oversee management of traffic and road to oversee and undertake road safety audits, and this we do throughout the phases of the project life cycle. If you look at from feasibility all the way to construction and when the road is in use. We are also supposed to coordinate management of traffic on our roads, and this you need to do in collaboration with other government agencies. Collection and management of crash data on our network, sensitization and awareness campaign of road users, also to advise on areas of, and advise and collaborate with the research institutions on areas of road safety research so that it can advise on what we need to do. We also advise on policy areas, we draw strategies, we develop guidelines, plans for management of road safety. It is our mandate also as an authority to mainstream road safety within all the processes and systems that we do. Collaboration is also very key. Areas where we are required to collaborate with key stakeholders, it's also the mandate of this department. To also coordinate implementation of road safety mitigation measures. We advise on some of the best mitigation measures that are supposed to be done, also participate in their implementation, and also monitoring to evaluate their effectiveness. And any other duty that might be assigned to us by the DG and the CS, and even His Excellency the President. Some of them that might be outside this mandate but are related to road safety. That is the structure of Road Safety Department. The structure provides for staffing establishment of 5 officers headed by a deputy director, and then assistant director, a senior engineer, and engineer. So when you look at it, it's very, very lean, and this is being looked into in order to review it in line with the mandate and the responsibility that we have. We also outsource this mandate. Road Safety Department falls under the Directorate of Highway Design and Safety. The director, Engineer Fukwo, is our director. Now, status of road safety globally and nationally, and I think at this point probably might be a repetition. I don't know if you're all able to see a repetition of what other people have said, the previous speakers, but I just want to emphasize for us to appreciate the magnitude of road safety. 1.19 million people dying on the road every year. It is the global statistics. Now, if you put it into context, it is 3,260 people dying every day. Equate this to the capacity of the biggest passenger airplane in the world. That is Airbus 380, with a capacity of close to 100 people. It will equate to 4 of such airplanes crashing every day. Now just imagine, if one lower capacity airplane was to crash, the effort that is put in the aviation industry to try to understand, establish the cause of such a crash, and to prevent such an event happening in the future. I think all of us are aware of what has happened. There's a Malaysian airline that crashed and disappeared. They are still looking for it up to date. However, many people die on our road, but the level of attention that is given is not there. Is it because only the people and the high and the mighty, those who are considered to be more equal than the others, are the ones who travel by plane? So when it crashes, the attention is so great. And for those who are walking, are not on vehicles, when they die, they are considered to be, that is just another human being. We need to ask ourselves that. 90% of that number occur in low and middle income countries, where Kenya is one of them. Over 50 million people are injured, many maimed, and their lives changed forever. You may also not know that road traffic crashes is the leading cause of killer for young people, children and youth aged between 5 and 29. These are the future of any nation. So if this is what is killing them, I think countries need to actually put their attention, more attention to it. For majority of us here, I know we are aged between 18 and 59. For those who have not retired, I think all of us here have not reached the retirement age. This is the 12th leading killer of the people who are in this auditorium. And these are the movers and shakers of any economy in the world. So if such people are being lost to traffic crashes, I think it is important that the government take this seriously. It is the 12th leading killer of people of all ages, and 2/3 of the people in between 18 and 59, 2/3 of them die as a result of road safety. In terms of the number or the rate of road safety crashes, global average is 18.2 for every 100,000 people. In Africa, it is 19. Now, when we look at the local, the Kenyan situation, I know statistics always keep on saying about 4,000 people, but the last time I looked at, it was 4,748 people who died last year as a result of road traffic crashes. So it's more than 10,000. Another thing that you may not be aware of, that is gross underreporting that happen. It may not be deliberate. There are people who die, never reported. There are people who die out of injuries, and data are not reconciled, and many things. So World Health Organization puts it to more than 13,000 people. More than 13,000 people. Yeah? Now, where does Kenya rank in terms of road safety? In terms of road crash rate, ours is 28.2, which is the 9th highest in the world. And I have, I don't know, it's too small. Probably you might not see, but these I got from the website of World Health Organization, and it is ranking countries. So we are at number 9 with a crash rate of 28.9. How many countries do we have in the world? Many, many of them. NTSA statistics. Out of the 4,748, 71% were vulnerable road users. To be specific, 38% were pedestrians, and 33 are people who are moving on motorcycles, either as riders or as pillion passengers. The other statistics that we also need to know about, that more than 60% of fatal injuries happen on national trunk roads or national roads. These are roads where vehicles move at very high speed. The ones that happen in urban areas, because they are moving at a slower speed, they could be serious or slight injury or property damage only. But where people die on the roads are the roads where KeNHA are responsible for. The KeNHA or KERA are responsible for. So in terms of the economic cost of road safety countrywide, this is just an estimate. The figures might have increased. About 5.6% of our GDP, equivalent to over 500 billion Kenya shillings. You can imagine if we were to save even a half of that, the problems that we have with the pending bills probably might not be there, because the government is investing too much of the money into attending to people who are injured. If you go to any ward, if you go to the hospitals, most hospitals in the rural areas, you will find many wards that are reserved for road crash victims, people who are dying in motorcycles. And all this comes at an expense to the government and also to the society. So we are spending a lot. If we were to invest and avert such kind of burden, then we would relieve some money and channel it to other causes like infrastructure development, education, provision of water, and things like that. Now, having looked at the statistics, now look at the governing structure, the framework, not the governing structure, but the framework that govern road safety management globally and also nationally. All of us are aware of the UN SDG goals. So these are goal number 3. And that goal number 3 says that ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Target 3.6 of that goal says that we reduce fatalities by 50% by 2030. Kenya is a member and a signatory to an UN declaration. Now, further down, I did talk about the UN Decade of Action 2021 to 2030. I think we are almost done, like almost nearing to 5 years. Under this UN Global Plan for Road Safety, we committed to reduce fatal and serious injuries as a result of road traffic crashes by 50%. However, when you look at our statistics, they are not reducing. Instead, they are increasing. So there's something that probably we are not doing right as a country. There are also other targets that any new design that we do as an authority must meet a star rating of 3 stars and above for all road users. When you talk of all road users, you talk of motorists, you talk of pedestrians, you talk of people on motorcycles and all that. Star rating of that. For any existing road, 75% of the travel on those roads are also supposed to be on roads that are rated 3-star and above. We have the African Road Safety Charter that proclaims that we need to prioritize improvement, road safety improvement, East African Road Safety Policy and Strategy, and at KeNHA we have our road safety management policy and road safety strategy, and recently the country launched the National Road Safety Action Plan for the next 5 years. So internationally, the Constitution of Kenya, Section 4, Chapter 4, which is the Bill of Rights, Section 26(1), says that everybody has a right to life. So even on the infrastructure that is bestowed on us to manage, we need to manage them in a way that they don't deprive of any citizens of their right to life. So it is a legal and a moral obligation on us as an authority, us as any road safety agency, the practitioners, and even the citizens at our own individual level. The Roads Act, Section 4(2)(f), I talked about, where we draw our mandate. The Traffic Act, we have National Road Safety Action Plan, 2024 to 2028. Of course, KeNHA mission, the strategic plan, our management, road management policy and strategy, and then we have the manuals and guidelines that guides us, both at national levels and also at the global level. I look at the road safety management strategy. Probably my slide is too small, might not be very visible. But on road safety management, there are 5 pillars. So these 5 pillars, what do they talk about? Road safety management, very, very important. Where you look at the legal framework, you set the legal and institutional framework ready to enable management of road safety. As Kenya, we have made strides in this. We have a lead agency, National Transport and Safety Authority, to coordinate any issues to do with road safety. Then we have the second pillar. The second pillar is safer vehicles. So as a country, we also have an obligation to ensure that vehicles, new ones and even the ones that are on our roads, are safe. New ones, you import vehicles that are of high quality. The ones that are on the road, to ensure that their safety there are inspected, and only roadworthy vehicles are on our road. We have safer, the third pillar is safer road users. So under safer road users, you need to have measures in place to ensure that the road users are educated. They are aware of what their responsibility is. You undertake, you carry out enforcement to ensure that the legal framework that proclaims what each and every person is supposed to do is all adhered with. Then we have post-crash care, which is very, very important, collaborations with health providers to ensure that in any event that a person is involved in a road accident, they are taken care of. So you cannot leave this out of the entire system of road safety. And then, of course, very, very important to us as an authority is safer road infrastructure and environment. So to ensure that the infrastructure we put in place is safe. So traditionally, or we've been talking of the ease of road safety, which is engineering, education, enforcement, emergency response, monitoring, and evaluation. So all these are intertwined. They need to work out as a system. If one is weak, then the entire system will not function. So the global plan under the UN Decade of Action also prescribes on how we are supposed to do this. What we need to do, how we need to do it. I've talked of the legal framework, I've talked of the funding, I've talked of many other things, and who are the people to do this. So it being a shared responsibility, you require the collaboration of many stakeholders. You require the public, you require private sector. Of course, you also require the development partners to support us in terms of funding. Of course, also the coordination in terms of the role that the UN plays. I'll delve into a little bit of what the national strategies are. We talked about the National Road Safety Action Plan that was launched last year by His Excellency the President. So it provides the framework within which we are supposed to operate in as various stakeholders. So it prioritizes 8 key areas of action. Coordination, very important. We need to coordinate, the activities of each and every player. Funding, very, very important. Most often, and I think this is the practice in Kenya, and not just in Kenya, but in Africa and some other parts of the world, road safety is never prioritized. Most often you find like issues to do with road safety do not receive funding, or if they receive, by the time that their time of implementation comes, you find the fund is already exhausted. Risk targeting and infrastructure safety, very, very critical. You need to map out the risks on the entire road safety spectrum. And then infrastructure safety, also know where the risks are, be able to identify them and prescribe the best treatment. Vehicle safety, enforcement, post-crash care, and very, very critical is data, crash data management. Because without data, you will be like somebody who is swimming in a wide ocean. You don't know where you're going. You don't know what is happening. You don't know what is wrong. So for us to be able to have any meaningful intervention, crash data is very, very important because they give us a glimpse onto what is happening, what is wrong, and advise us on the best strategies that we need to take to cure the problems that we have. At KeNHA, I talked about road safety management policy and also the road safety strategy. So what did we commit ourselves to do as an authority in these 2 key institutional document? Under road safety management policy, we committed that we shall do road safety audit throughout the project life cycle. We also committed ourselves that we shall undertake pre-opening road safety audit as mandatory, and for it as being a condition precedent to taking over roads. Many times you find a road has been constructed and taken over before any road safety features are put in place. No road marking, no signs. So somebody who is driving on the road probably is at a loss on how he can position himself on the road. And I think one typical example, but it's still work in progress, when they were trying to do some repairs on the road I think most of us have used, the section from when you are leaving Barabara Plaza as you join Mombasa Road. The section between Mombasa Road and Ole Sereni. For a very long time, the road was probably done no road marking. So if you're driving at night, you don't know even how to position yourself. If you're driving, you are fighting on the space with the matatus. They push you, don't even know how to position yourself. And even when we travel on most of our network, no road signs. So you don't even know of what lies ahead of your journey. Traffic impact assessment. Our roads provide access to developments that abut them. So anybody who wants to put up such kind of a development, we had committed ourselves that we must undertake traffic impact assessment before we can grant them approval to access our roads. In that way, we will be ensuring that it does not interfere with safety provisions. Black spot management, once we have identified, we need to progressively address and treat them. Funding, we committed ourselves that we shall ring fence and have a dedicated funding to undertake road safety measures. Because it is good, yes, to identify and have all these interventions on paper. But what next? You need to implement them. And for you to implement them, you need to have funding. And to avoid this portion of funding being consumed by other roadworks, yes, you need to have specific and dedicated road funding to address such kind of measures. On road safety strategy, we developed this and we have since undertaken, implemented some, having a road safety unit. Of course, now we have a road safety unit in KeNHA, road safety audit, black spot management, development of a national crash database. We did this in collaboration with NTS and the police. Emergency response, how we coordinate with the others. Capacity building, research and innovation. Safety awareness campaign. Guidelines. Prioritizing implementation of non-motorized facilities. And of course also speed management and funding as well. So road safety audit, I did talk about road safety audit, so we need to know what this is all about. So it's a staged evaluation of any given road infrastructure at any phase of a project life cycle. So the aim is to identify road safety hazards and then suggest measures that can be put in place to address them. One thing to note, that this process is not a technical check against design standards. Is us looking at the road infrastructure, wearing the heart of a road user. Wearing the heart of a road user. So it is important that we undertake road safety audit. I don't know if I'm audible. Okay, thank you. We undertake road safety audits at early stages of the project life cycle. Because as they say, prevention is better than cure. So if you can prevent this at the design stage, it's better you do it. And it's also very cost effective as well. Identifying the problem, putting in measures in place rather than waiting. Then after that, then you do retrofitting or modification. For those who have built houses, I think all of us are aware with what this really is. Then why do we need to carry out a road safety? As engineers, we design our roads. We are guided by guidelines and manuals. These guidelines have standards that you must comply with. But it is said that compliance with standards is not a guarantee that a road probably might be safe. Sometimes you find situations where there are departure from standards. And for engineers in the house, we usually document this. That in this section, we departed from the standards because of this reason. You might also find a design that does not provide for the needs of non-motorized or vulnerable road users. There are also trade-offs that you also need to do. Sometimes there are cost constraints that make you to design a road in a certain way because you have to fit in within the budget that you are given. So a road safety audit accords you an opportunity to look at it and advise on the best way that you can do it. The objective, I think, it is very, very clear to identify any safety hazard Thereafter, eliminate those risks by recommending mitigation measures, and then also monitoring and evaluation. Once you have implemented any mitigation measures, you also need to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of that safety intervention. There are many phases of a road safety audit. 3 basic phases. They are divided in this form. A phase during pre-construction, and then during construction, and then post-construction. So pre-construction, you need to do audits at the feasibility, preliminary, and detailed design stage. Construction, when the road is under construction, so we usually call this work zone safety audit, but you also need to also do the audit when the road has just been completed and it has not been taken over. Then, of course, post-construction, when the road is in use, you need to keep on checking if the infrastructure you provided is really serving the purpose that it was intended for. And then, of course, the monitoring evaluation. There are others that are maybe specific. I talked about the traffic impact assessment. You have specialized audits. You can have interim audit, and then also road safety inspections and appraisals. Now this figure, this diagram just shows us where do we need to put our attention and our effort, concentrate our effort when you're carrying out road safety audit. You have a better opportunity to make a lot of impact when you do audits at the pre-construction stage, when the road is under design. Because at this stage, you have the opportunity to propose and implement before a road is constructed. Yes? So more attention and more detail should be given at this stage. Now, when a road is in use after the road has been constructed, then your opportunity to make changes becomes less, and even if you're to do them, they even become more costly. So where should we have more effort and concentration? I didn't say that you do not need to have that effort and concentration during post-construction, but I think more focus should go during the pre-construction stage. I'm almost finishing. So the benefits of road safety audits: cost less, yes. Likelihood of eliminating the safety hazards, and also the likelihood of preventing crashes and fatalities. When you undertake this or you mainstream this, you also increase the awareness of the practitioners, both at the design, construction, and even management level, on the importance of road safety. I think the benefits are quite obvious. Yes? You also reduce on the project life cycle cost if you are to do it at an earlier stage rather than doing it at a later stage. What do we do as an authority, or what have we done as an authority over time in this space of road safety management? There are a lot of policies, strategies, manuals, and guidelines that we have developed as KeNHA. We developed the road safety management policy, and we also developed the road safety strategy. These documents are under review. We also developed a road safety audit manual for KeNHA. We developed a work zone safety guideline, and the first one in Kenya, and I don't know if it's also been done anywhere in Africa, we developed a crash costing model where you could actually put a figure to a crash. I did talk of a figure of about 500 billion, but how do we cost this? So there are scientific ways of how you do this. So we have a model to assist us in doing that. Black spot management guideline for the Northern Corridor and EAC partner states, we also played a very key role in developing this. National Crash Database, we developed this in collaboration with NTSA and the police, and the aim of this exercise was to automate collection of accident data and also to digitize its management, ensure ease of access across different agencies. We've undertaken numerous, both in-house and outsourced road safety audit. We have embraced IRAP star rating assessment, where we have assessed 506 kilometers of sections of our major corridors. This is a more scientific way, and we are on course on doing many of them. Black spot treatment. I did talk about Sachangwan. So there are measures that we have put in place to treat the black spots that have been identified. Sachangwan is one of them. Kibarani Makupa Causeway, I think all of us who have been to Mombasa by road, because when Mombasa, even if you go by air, you will land on the mainland, but traveling to the island, you will have to travel by road. So there's something that has been done there. Initially, it was a single carriageway. Now we have a state-of-the-art causeway and a bridge, yeah, there. Bonje is being addressed under the ongoing project for the rehabilitation of Kwajomvu Mariakani. Majiachumvi was a very dangerous corner, was killing many people. We realigned that location. Samburu, we also did the same. Ngata Bridge project is currently ongoing, was identified as a black spot. And then there are several planned black spot treatment. Nithi Bridge, we've already done the design. We only hope that we could get the funding to be able to address the problem that is there. IRAP star rating assessment. Additionally, we are on course, currently ongoing, rating of 750 kilometers of sections of our roads. We are also currently undertaking development of a black spot management guideline. Most often, people say, this is a black spot. How did you identify? How did you come to know that it is a black spot? There has to be a way of how we classify, how we identify and determine that this is a black spot. Once you've identified, how do you treat it? And then also now monitoring. So we are developing a guideline that will enable us to do that. Road safety mainstreaming, of course, we ensure that it is part, road safety is prioritized. This is ongoing. There are a lot of studies that we are doing in collaboration with other stakeholders, including the World Bank, Global Road Safety Facility. Currently, we are undertaking, in collaboration with NTSA, Engineers Board of Kenya, and other stakeholders, a road safety audit management framework, and then also accreditation framework for road safety auditors. Many people would say that they can do road safety audit, but do they have the expertise? Then how do you manage that space? Capacity building, we've done a lot of training for road safety unit, and also measures that are being put in place to also train people in KeNHA, so that each and every person has the requisite skills to implement road safety. It doesn't have to wait for a staff from road safety unit to be able to go to any place to identify what the problem is. What we are looking at is to equip all our staff so that right from design all the way to maintenance, everybody is a road safety ambassador and carry out their part. Sensitization and awareness campaign, many activities ongoing in collaboration with other key stakeholders, police, NTSA, regional bodies, both done by headquarters staff and also regional staff. Resource mobilization, we are working on this, and we've approached our development partners for the support of implementation of capital-intensive measures. But also internally, we are looking at our own resources and putting in measures in place to ring-fence funding for road safety. This event is happening. It's one of the steps to sensitize people to share experiences and ideas on road safety. So it is a strategy. Now, planned ones, many things. IRAP star rating, our aim is to star rate all our road network. Smart highway management system. The world is moving towards smart highways, and we want to be ready to be in this space. I talked about the black spot management. I don't need to repeat that. Development of KeNHA road assessment program. We want to partner with IRAP to develop a system that is custom-made to Kenyan needs. Other countries in the world and regionally in Africa, South Africa and Tanzania have already done the same. So we want to borrow on that and be able to develop one specific for KeNHA. We are planning, in partnership with National Transport and Safety Authority, as the lead agency in road safety and other stakeholders, to hold a second National Road Safety Conference where we'll bring in all stakeholders in this space for them to learn, first of all, appreciate and learn and strategize on what we need to do as a country to change the narrative of road safety. So what are the lessons learned? Look at the global best practices, countries that have excelled. These, what we call safe systems approach with a zero vision. So what this emphasizes is that road safety, all the practitioners, we all function as a system. And as they say it, a system is as weak as one of the, or a chain link is weak as one of the, whatever. So there are 5 pillars of this system. All need to work together. And as I said, the vision is zero. Nobody should die on our road. We need to do all that it takes. Everybody to take their responsibility to eliminate fatalities on our roads. Countries like Sweden, countries like Netherlands, and I think in Africa, there are countries that have actually forged ahead. Morocco is one of the leading countries in Africa that have done great things when it comes to road safety management. So the principles of safe systems approach, as I said, that crashes are not desirable. They should not happen. So us as engineers or practitioners in road safety, we should be cognizant that as human beings, we make mistakes. I provide the best infrastructure, but as a human being, at one point, I probably might make a mistake. But when I make a mistake, yes, the infrastructure that is provided should be forgiving. Forgiving in the sense that I should not die. The worst should be probably it is a serious injury and not a fatality. Also, when we are implementing our infrastructure, we should also be cognizant that human beings are vulnerable. I can only contain to a certain level any impact. So when I'm providing like crash barriers, should I go for steel or should I go for concrete? That should play in our mind as we are thinking of what we need to provide. So any infrastructure that we provide should be human-centric. Then it also talks about that it is a shared responsibility, both as a provider and also as a user. We should be proactive. We should not wait until things happen is when we act. Then the entire system should work in totality. We should not allow for one part of it to be weak, because if one part of it is weak, then it will not work. So then a paradigm shift from the traditional way of how we look at things to the safe systems approach. So instead of looking at preventing crashes, we should look at preventing deaths and serious injuries. You know, if you say I should prevent a crash, it is too general. Improve human behavior. That is the traditional way of designing a road. That I design a road to make you behave in a way that I want. So safe systems approach is that we design roads with mind that people make mistakes. And there are also limitations. Then control speed. Safe systems approach talks about limiting the kinetic energy. That is why you find in some cities they put speed limits, and some countries have adopted a speed limit of, is it 30 kilometers per hour, 30 miles, to lessen the speed. Because for those who did physics, force is a multiplication of what and what? I don't know. So velocity and mass. So if you're moving at a higher speed, like chances of the force being too high is very, very high. You're likely to die if you're traveling fast than if you're traveling slowly. It is a shared responsibility. That is the safe systems approach, as opposed to traditional ones that says individuals are responsible. Yes? Then reaction based on crash history, we should be proactive. Then, so as we design the road, yes, we should design safe and forgiving infrastructure. We should also be mindful that a road is supposed to assist a road user in making correct decisions. So therefore, we should warn, inform, guide, control, and above all, if I was to make a mistake, it should be, the infrastructure should be forgiving. Some of the challenges, because I'll not delve deep into them, inadequate budget. So looking at it in terms of having a dedicated road safety fund. Vandalism is a great problem. And then internally, as KeNHA, is non-prioritization of road safety measures. Then capacity, in-house, of course. Then the poor culture at national level, also the poor culture of road safety. They say in Bible, I think it is a book in Proverbs, I may not be so exact, but it says, train a child in the ways of the Lord, and when this child grows old, they shall not depart from it. So that is what the change in culture and attitude towards road safety through education is aiming at. Ensuring that our children start right early at those formative stages, and also walking through the journey. Right now, when you look at our culture and attitude on road safety, I think it is a very, very big problem. So what are some of the recommendations that we are putting forward? So a strong policy framework and strong leadership, we require that strong leadership at the top level. That political commitment and even leadership commitment, having a strong champion at the top is very, very important. Many changes in the world, transformation in the world, have only been made when you have the top leadership being the leader and showing people the right way. Even when people win battles and wars, it is through that confidence of the leader that makes the soldiers to go outside there knowing that they are going to win the battle. Institutional capacity, strengthening institutional capacity through training. Of course, dedicated funding. Crash data management systems also needs to be looked at. We need to leverage technology, and for purposes of enforcement, for purposes of management of incidences and traffic, moving away from old infrastructures now to the smart highway system. And of course, research and innovation. cannot be underscored and collaboration. So I'll leave you with that as I wind up. If your own family member were killed in a car crash, would you react then? And note that I've put react, bold, and big. So would you react then? What do you need to do now? So ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of my presentation. And I don't know how we are going to do this. I don't know if you're going to take questions or we take questions after the plenary session.
I think we take the questions after the plenary because some of them could be addressed during the plenary. So we take note of the questions as the panelists set up. Thank you very much, Engineer Monica. Much appreciated. Don't you agree that there's a lot of experience here? There's a lot of information here, and we are now better people in terms of road safety. I request that we note the questions that we have for Engineer Monica, and we take them together during the plenary so that we can proceed to the next stage, which is the panel discussions. Allow me to introduce our panelists as the stage is being set up. And I was looking at our podium and told myself I'll start by apologizing. Having done a few designs of structures, we missed something here. And I hope we can be able to correct it at some point. And I will start with Ms. Bright, even as I figure out where she's going to sit. Yes, so Ms. Bright is an advocate of road safety with particular focus on the needs of people with disabilities. She's the county road safety advocate consultant for the Global Road Safety Partnership in Kenya. Bright has a vast experience in road safety spanning close to 2 decades. She has been instrumental in implementing and promoting road safety initiatives across the region. Her work involves collaborating with government agencies, non-governmental organizations, and community groups to develop and enforce effective road safety policies. Her commitment to advocacy and education has significantly improved road safety awareness and practices, positively impacting countless lives. Currently, she serves as the Vice Chairperson of the Association for Physically Disabled of Kenya and Executive Director of the Association for Safe International Road Travels, a non-profit organization that promotes road safety through education, awareness creation, and advocacy. Previously, she served as a board member and the vice chair of the NTSA. During her tenure, she contributed to addressing various road safety challenges, developing policies to improve road safety standards in the country. And as a road safety and disability advocate, her work is both at national and global level. I'll request Ms. Bright to come and probably just sit here. And we apologize again for not providing access to the podium. We will see what is possible. Our next panelist is Engineer Catherine Kariuki. She's a professional civil engineer registered in Kenya, I guess by IK and UBK. A chartered civil engineer by the Civil Engineering Council of the UK. She's also an affiliate member of the Society of Road Safety Auditors, UK, and a member of the Chartered Institute of Highway and Transportation, UK. Catherine holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Nairobi a master's degree in transportation planning and engineering from the University of Leeds in the UK. She has over 25 years of experience, specialized in highway transportation with a passion for road safety. She has extensive experience in urban infrastructure design and design of rural roads. With over 20 years work experience in Africa and over 7 in the United Kingdom, Catherine holds in-depth understanding of transport infrastructure issues in both developed and developing economies. She has over 14 years experience in road safety related projects. Catherine has extensive experience in carrying out road safety audits, assessments on both design projects and for existing infrastructure around Africa as well as in the United Kingdom. She has been involved in developing studies, policies related to transportation and road safety matters. She's a trainer of road safety engineering, a course approved by the ABK. Karibu sana, Engineer Catherine. You could have a seat here. Next panelist is Engineer George Madheri. Engineer Madheri is a professional engineer with over 30 years experience in highway and transportation engineering. She holds a master's in transportation engineering from the University of Nairobi. As a licensed consulting engineer, oh, we managed. Nice. Thank you. Engineer Madheri holds a master's in transportation engineering from the University of Nairobi. As a licensed consulting engineer, Engineer Madheri provides professional services in transportation and highway engineering. He specialized in transportation planning, PPP, feasibility studies, engineering design, log frame strategic program analysis, engineering management, and training. Engineer Madheri has extensive experience encompassing a wide range of projects, from highway design, construction, to transportation planning and management. Karibu sana, Engineer Madheri. Our next panelist is Mr. Boniface Otieno. Mr. Otieno is experienced in law enforcement. He's an experienced law enforcement officer working with the National Police Service in Kenya, currently holds the rank of Superintendent of Police and serves as the second Vice President, International Police Association, Kenyan section. He has held various positions through his career, including instructor at the National Police College in Kiganjo and traffic training school in Ngong. His extensive experience also encompasses general duties in the central region of Kenya, roles within the Traffic Police Department headquarters, Nairobi Metropolitan Services, and traffic safety operations at the Nairobi City Command. Mr. Boniface holds a master's degree in armed conflicts and peace studies, a bachelor's degree in political science, public administration and sociology, both from the University of Nairobi. He also holds a diploma in private investigation from Penn Foster Career School in the USA. He currently serves as an adjunct lecturer at the Eastern and Southern African Management Institute and is an external facilitator for road transport management at various institutions, including the National Criminal Investigation Academy and the National Police Leadership Academy and the National Transport and Safety Authority. In 2024, he was nominated as a technical expert to review the Road Policing and Enforcement Manual for the United Nations Police Division. In collaboration with the World Health Organization, Mr. Boniface also held a series of training for both local and international journalists, focusing on road crash reporting. He has the honors of delivering keynote addresses to participants from Kenya, Ghana, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Uganda, covering topics such as road safety, data collection tools, among others. Welcome, Mr. Boniface. I was holding the claps for all of them at the end. I was holding the claps for all of them at the end. The next is Engineer Christine. Engineer Christine Ogut is a fellow of IK. I think I saw the fellow and I had to mention it. Engineer Christine is the second vice president of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, chairs its Engineering Education Committee. She's registered professional engineer with the Engineers Board of Kenya and currently heads the Department of Safety, Audits, and Inspection at the National Transport and Safety Authority. Engineer Christine holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Nairobi, master's in urban infrastructure engineering management from UNESCO in Delft, Netherlands, with over 30 years multi-sectoral experience in infrastructure, capacity building, and road safety engineering. She's an accomplished and result-driven civil engineer. Her extensive expertise includes conducting road safety audits, traffic crash reconstruction and analysis, making her a committed and passionate road safety professional. Previously, Engineer Good served as a Chief Officer for Roads, Transport and Public Works, Chief Officer for Environment, Energy and Water at the Nairobi County Government. She was also the Director of Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company and Manager for Roads at Kura. As the past Vice President for Africa, TechNet, she provided training opportunities for technical officers across 44 countries and 2,000 cities and municipalities in Africa. Additionally, she has held positions such as Acting City Engineer, Deputy City Engineer, Acting Director of Environment, and Assistant City Engineer at the Nairobi City Council. Engineer Good also served as a board member on the Public Procurement Administration Review Board. Karibu sana, Engineer Christine. Our next panelist is Dr. Andrew Kiplagat. Dr. Kiplagat serves as the Director for Road Safety at the National Transport and Safety Authority, where he oversees the development and implementation of comprehensive road safety strategies. He holds a PhD, master's, and bachelor's degree in spatial planning, complemented by specialized training in leadership for road safety. With over 15 years' experience in public service, primarily in academia, Dr. Kiplagat has honed his leadership and management skills. He has mentored numerous individuals and collaborated with both local and international planning and research institutions, including the Technical University of Dortmund and the University of Duisburg-Essen. His work has also involved project funded by prominent development partners such as World Bank, the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. Karibu sana, Daktari. And now a round of applause for all our panelists. Last but not least is our moderator for the panel, Engineer Monica, whom I had already read her bio. So we will let Engineer Monica run this panel, and during the plenary, you will ask questions, including questions on her presentation. I hope we are still here. Are we awake? Are we still thinking road safety? Karibuni sana. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
It's still morning. Good morning once again. I'll be taking you through this session. The profile of our esteemed panelists have already been read, so I want to believe at this juncture you already know who they are, and it is our belief that we picked among the best for us to have a constructive discussion and engagement on road safety. So we'll go through a set of questions which I'll ask the panelists, but we'll also accord an opportunity to the audience, both here physically and those who are following, joining us online, also to contribute by either giving comments, seeking clarifications, and asking questions. And allow me to begin by thanking all of you for coming and participating all through up to this level. Also allow me to appreciate our panelists who honored our invitation to come and engage with us. I know all of us are very busy. Most of you actually left some very, very important assignments, including national assignments where His Excellency the President is presiding over, to come and be with us and be part of this conversation. It shows your commitment and goodwill to this cause, which we did say is a shared responsibility. And I would also want to thank Directorate of Planning, Research and Compliance for having such a forum where we do not only engage internally, but accords us an opportunity also to invite people in the private, outside KeNHA, also to come and share with us. So, I'll sit. We are going to have questions looking at the provisions of the National Road Safety Action Plan, also looking at the key pillars of road safety management that cuts across many sectors. And I'll direct questions to each panelist, one at a time. My first question will be on the current status of road safety in Kenya, looking at the statistics that have already been mentioned here. If we look at them, already all of us can appreciate that we are not doing well as a country. Instead of us reducing the number of fatalities, they are increasing. So my first question goes to Superintendent of Police, Mr. Boniface Otieno, who works in the space of road safety enforcement and who, by the virtue of the mandate of his assignments, undertakes road safety enforcement on our roads. So Mr. Boniface, when you look at the number of crashes that are happening in the country, we realize that things are not improving. Instead, the numbers are increasing. So in your view, maybe you could share with the audience what are some of the key contributory factors to crashes in the country. What are contributing these menace that seem not to be improving?
Thank you, our moderator, my fellow panelists, the KeNHA leadership who are present, all of us present in the hall. My name again is Boniface Otieno, a Superintendent of Police. But allow me also to indicate that I'm here on behalf of our Inspector General, Mr. Douglas Kanja, our Deputy Inspector General, Mr. Eliud Langat, the Commandant, Traffic Department, Kenya, Dr. Frederick Ochieng, and the officer in charge, traffic of Nairobi County, Mr. Joseph Chirchir. If I don't mention them, maybe next time I might not come. Even moderator recognized the DG KeNHA. And because the moderator gave us a historical background of road safety, I also need to indicate to the audience that as the first road was constructed in the 19th century, 1889, the first traffic department was established in Kenya in 1953. It was before independence, and it was in Nairobi, which had already been declared a capital city, and the number of vehicles were increasing. So traffic police, where I come from, has been there for all those years. If you look at the figures presented here, I want also to indicate that the National Police Service or the Traffic Department are the first responders to any road crash. Reported, and we document all the crashes and then share. Our key agency where we share the crashes for national tallying is the NTSA. So it is true that majority of the accidents can be blamed or are blamed on the human behavior or human error. But if you look at our accident cost codes, each accident has got a cost code. Police are duty bound to inform NTSA or KeNHA that this accident maybe was caused by an animal which was crossing the highway, or it was caused by the driver overspeeding, misjudging distance, the pedestrian was jaywalking on the highway or near the road. So a deep analysis gives us speed as the key contributor to the accident. Most of our accidents, you will realize that we have written or we have given cost code as losing control. So speed is key before the motorist, if it is a driver, loses control. Again, another thing I can authoritatively say we share with all the road agencies and KeNHA is the provision of NMTs for the pedestrians. Nairobi City, where I work, leads with fatalities and leads with pedestrian fatalities. It is the same city which has got more NMTs or pedestrian facilities than other cities. So where is the disconnect? That we have more facilities in Nairobi and we still have more pedestrian dying along Nairobi streets. So again, I'll come to challenge each one of us during our road safety audits. Do we go back to these facilities? How do we maintain them? How do pedestrians or the users access to them? Are they safe? Lighting. Majority have been even overtaken by small-scale traders. We call them sometimes hawkers. How do we leave these facilities to pedestrians to use them? And even the level crossing pedestrian facilities, are they marked? Are they visible? Do we know where we are supposed to cross the road? So all this comes into play. But the other challenge or another segment which is now a threat to us is the motorcyclists. Presenter said that the second fatalities comes from motorcyclists and pillion passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that the influx of motorcycles came into Kenya in 2005 when the imports were zero-rated by the national government. So that is the time we had several motorcycles coming to space while we did not have laws and regulations to regulate them. So when NTSA came to force in 2012, and from 2014, we have been coming up with regulations to deal with the motorcycles. So we are coming with regulations to deal with them, and they have been operating from 2005 without non-regulations. So it is a challenge we are facing together with the NTSA, and we have included the national government, particularly the NGAOs, where we are registering them in their wards, in their villages, in their stages, so that we can, number one, have accountability. How many are they? How many are operating? And do we know the operators? Because with the experience, maybe some of us have experienced that when you are involved in accident with them, from nowhere you will see 30, 50 of them coming to help one of their own, even if one of their own was the one on the wrong. So these are issues we are addressing entirely as traffic, as national government, where we have included the NGAOs, so that we get hold of them. So the other design, road design, we have indicated road designs as a cause of accident, but comparatively, it is not high as the human error or the human factors. So yes, we need to revise our driving curriculum, which NTSA had done, but we still need to get to the psychology, the mind of that driver, the driver who picks the vehicle in the morning to move from point A to point B. How do we instill in the driver that safety belongs to him or to her? How do we bring safety starts with us to all of us? Because these behavioral, the behaviors are attitude. The rush mentality, for example. A public service vehicle wants to make more trips, to make more money, and when you ask them, where do you take the more money, they will tell you the motor vehicle owner. You ask the motor vehicle owner, where do you take more money? They tell you, we have loans to service. You ask banks, why do you pressurize motor vehicle owners? They tell you, we need to pay government taxes. So it is a whole mix, which all of us need to come to space or on the table to see which role do you play, which role do I play. I submit.
Thank you. Very, very, very comprehensive response to that. Boniface alluded to the fact that the contributory factors stem from the human behavior, and also the issue of the vehicle, and also the issue of the infrastructure. So he looked at the contributory effect, not one single cause, maybe probably. And then in response, he also alluded to some of the challenges that are experienced. Now, my next question goes to Dr. Andrew Kiplagat. Dr. Andrew Kiplagat is the Director, Road Safety Directorate at Kenya National Highways Authority, at National Transport and Safety Authority, a very key directorate when it comes to management of safety within the country. Now, in Boniface's response, he alluded to some of the challenges. And one of the challenges is inadequate legal framework. Now, my question to Dr. Andrew is, what are some of the challenges despite all this that are happening? And I know there's a lot that has been done at NTSA and even at any other government body, body level. Sometimes you realize that there are laws and regulations that are enacted, but again, they are challenged in court. One specific one that I would want to mention is the issue of use of alcohol blow, yes. And then there was also recalling of the use of the speed guns, yes. Right now, I know NTSA is battling with an issue in court when it comes to instruments that would enable e-enforcement. So when you look at all this, and also when you look at the causes of crashes on our roads, some of the challenges that are hindering the efforts of government agency, and more specifically at NTSA level when it comes to addressing road safety matters.
So, thank you very much, Engineer. And I also want to say that I'm very happy to be here to engage on this very important issue of road safety. And I want to appreciate what Boniface has observed about the causes of road crashes. Going straight to your question, what are some of the challenges that we face, and especially regarding the regulation? NTSA mandates or is mandated to develop regulations that would support enforcement of road safety. And many a times we've experienced that you find violators, they are taken to court, but then the sanctions meted is not commensurate with the offenses. And in fact, many times we are told, we have cases whereby people are taken to court, but they are released on mercy. I think there is something, some law somewhere saying that you go and don't repeat again. And this is a big setback in the pursuit of road safety. So, what is NTSA doing? Of course, within the bigger framework, we said that we have the National Road Safety Action Plan, which defines or which offers that comprehensive approach to dealing with this. But over and besides that, there is quite a lot that's going on at NTSA with regards to regulations. And at the moment, there are 4 regulations that have passed pre-scrutiny stage, and this is mainly to strengthen the legislative frameworks. One of them is drunk driving. We were forced to go into this because of the challenges that happened previously, that Kenyans went to court challenging the grounds that we are employing in enforcing this. And this then provides clarity on how do we go about in enforcement of this. So issues of the minimum allowable alcohol levels, issues of who is allowed, because like the people dealing with PSVs and HCVs, their levels in the regulation is far much, that they shouldn't have any alcohol in their systems. The other one is issues of school transport. There is a law again that is the regulations that is already gone through that process, which will be able to strengthen. We all know what has been happening recently with regards to school transport, issues of motor vehicle inspections. But besides that, NTSA with partners, and I'm happy that we have one here, Bright, are working together to review the Traffic Act, targeting what Mr. Boniface, risk factors, issues of speeding, issues of drunk driving, issues of helmets, because the first ones, if you look at the biggest contributors is issues, is pedestrians. We have motorcyclists. Together, they contribute about 72%. And what the biggest challenge with that is that these guys are knocked by speeding vehicles. So with a strong legislation on speeding, then we will be able to enforce slowing down of vehicles. If we get majority of people to put on helmets, and the regulations, I think that the one which came in 2015 will help in doing that. So this emphasizes the fact that we need strong legislations to be able to support enforcement, because if you look at what can contribute or what can help to bring down is one, enforcement, And the police cannot enforce without these strong legislations. And secondly, issues of infrastructure again, which will offer an opportunity of bringing down. Recently, there is a draft that has been done by NTSA on which areas to focus on. And it brought out clearly that we need to invest in enforcement, we need to invest in infrastructure so that then we can contribute to almost over 20% with an investment of about 200 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew. And I think some of your responses might have answered the next questions that I have in mind. Despite all these challenges that we are facing as a country, or we are facing as a region, because we exist in a global world, there's always an opportunity for us to learn from other countries that have succeeded, other best practices. So my question is in line with that thought, and these are now directed to two people. My own lecturer who shaped my journey for the practice in the engineering field, Dr. Maderi, and my colleague in the profession, whom I've also worked very, very closely with, and who has a very broad experience, both international, regional, and local in the road safety space. I would wish to hear from you, if you look at the problems that you are facing as a country, what are some of the strategies in line with the international best practice? Looking at the countries that have excelled, because I want to believe that even them at one point, they were in the stage where we are. Yes, they're in stage where we are. Some of these strategies that the government can borrow from and implement to change the course of road safety. So the questions go to Engineer Catherine first, and then Engineer Maderi, or whoever has the microphone, I think probably may start. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Engineer Monica. I would also first want to express my appreciation for your invitation to be in this forum today. I take that as a great privilege, and okay, I'll proceed. So I was just saying, I take it very privileged to be here, and I want to thank you for the opportunity. Now, as I think as we looked at the statistics that Engineer Monica put up there, I don't know if we had been able to look at them closely, you would notice that there's a lot of the African countries tend to fall towards the lower end of the, people who are performing badly in terms of road safety. And we do have some countries, mainly in mainly the developed economies that seem to be doing a lot better than we are. And some of these countries that have been quoted include, Sweden, the Netherlands, the UK, and I think it's a very good space to start to think, what is it that they are doing differently, and what is it that we can borrow from them? I think some of the examples you will find is the first, you have a government that supports the road safety, the policies that are in place, that has total buy-in into the need to actually address the road safety challenges. And in that way, then you have a lot of resources and manpower that is put behind the implementation of whatever policies and strategies they adopt. But then when you look at some of the very specific strategies that are adopted, some of them are very simple. For example, Sweden, I believe it's Sweden, had, one of the policies they had was to reduce speeds in urban areas for, along many kilometers of roads to 20-mile-per-hour zones, which is approximately maybe 30 kilometers per hour, especially in the urban areas. And they did that consistently over large areas. So you end up finding that the effect of that, you can actually feel the effect of the reduced speeds in those areas. Another example would be like introducing roundabouts at a lot of the, many of the junctions, because we know that roundabouts, just by the fact that it causes the vehicle to, to slow down and take the roundabout, that has an effect of reducing speeds while controlling the movement of the traffic. But the key thing is to ensure that this is done consistently over large areas in a way that everybody understands. But then it's also important, as Mr. Boniface mentioned, this human factor. There's this human factor. But when you look at what does it mean, what's the human factor? The human factor is maybe some errors that the human makes, which it's almost inevitable that a lot of crashes will have the human factor because that's the person who's sitting behind the wheel. So if we are talking, say, about speeds, what are we saying? We are saying that we need to have consistency in that enforcement. Just like we are humans, and if you find that you can get away with something, then there is no motivation to actually stick to it. And if there is consistency in the enforcement of whatever regulations and the laws that have been put out, so that you know that without a doubt, if this is a 50-kilometer-per-hour zone and I do 55 or 60, I will get caught without a doubt. Guess what? You will for sure stick to the limits that have been put. So I think what I'm saying is that there needs to be area-wide implementation of strategies and also enforcement that is consistent and very predictable.
Thank you, Catherine. Engineer Maderi.
Yes, I approach it in this way. Something very good happening at KeNHA, but this needs to be carried forward to the other agencies, including KERA and KURA and NTSA. I'm saying this because last year I think we were trying to finalize the strategic plan for NTSA, and one of the items we noticed missing was the collaborative effort, I think anchored around NTSA. And even now, I think you'll notice that seems to be missing. Having said that, then I come back to where we are. And Africans, we are accused of using the hammer a lot. And that is no less, even in this environment, in terms of the road safety. If all you have is a hammer, then you most likely will be crashing everything. We are making very good roads, and I'm now approaching it from the safe roads approach. We're making very good roads, we have good engineers, very good designs, but when we put up this road, when we construct these roads, we are soon reacting to our own design by erecting bumps. We are reacting, we are reactionary. That's actually one of the ways we are applying a hammer. I challenge you, recently I drove from Nairobi, I was going to Nyeri, and as soon as I was reaching Sagana, I was so frustrated, I took a detour to one of the other roads managed by KERA to get to Karatina, and I actually managed to save about 10 minutes, and actually much less bumps. So that tells you, it's a new facility which is not even open, and the same. Recently, I was going to Bondo, so from Kisii and Bondo, I ask you if you have been to that route, and you try to do that. If you take up a detour to Asembo and up, the other routes back up to get to Bondo, you'll be surprised, you'll be saving time. What am I driving at? You have roads that are supposed to provide mobility, which is now the trunk roads, or arterials if you like, that we are busy shutting down. They are very good facilities, but we are busy shutting them down. Why? What is the problem? What seems to be the problem? And here is a precursor to that. If every situation, whenever you buy a gadget, there's always a user's manual. This road that we are making, we are delivering to the public. But the public have no idea. Actually, we have like a whole 2 decades and more without road user education. Where they had the road, the road safety units, were long became defunct. And it means then that we are taking a facility which is so good to people who then see or are attracted to it naturally. And then once they are attracted to it, then we react. So instead of providing mobility, we end up looking like we're providing access. And there's a big problem. Actually, some of the roads, some of the trunk roads are looking more like access roads, while the access roads are looking more like the arterials in terms of the service they are providing. And this is purely with regard to road safety and road user accommodation. So I'm just saying, these are road users who are not informed. So in terms of safe roads approach, drivers can make a mistake. It's true. But how do the drivers end up making a mistake? And how do we accommodate them? Do we go with a hammer and prosecute them, like my colleague is saying? Or we go ahead and put up speed checks or speed traps that are not visible? How do we approach that? 2 is this driver in the first place, what is the training of this driver? About 9 years ago, when my firstborn son picked his first driving license, I was excited as a father to sit next to him as he drove me. But soon it became a very scaring sort of incident. Because the guy is approaching an intersection, what does he do? He drives right into the road, then he makes a left turn. And I asked him, what are you doing? He said, that is what we do. You go up until you can see and turn. I didn't blame him. So I had to start now telling him, you know what? We design our roads with compound curves so that when you approach it, you first make a left turn, and then you're able to see where you're going. And then, that kind of... So the guy sitting in the driving school has zero idea of that. And this is a guy we have entrusted with the responsibility of training the drivers. So you understand where the first problem is. That we have a guy who is operating equipment and machines, because a vehicle is a machine or a utility on the road, who has zero, or defective training. Because the guy training him is equally in defective training. Who then, sort of right from the curriculum in the driving schools, is that marrying with our own as engineers, because these guys will end up operating our systems. Secondly, the vehicles themselves above the speeds. Like I said, if you're going through a system and you're finding speed traps and you're not aware of them, I'll take you very close home, not even far. In Rwanda, I do a lot visit Rwanda, and they don't hide in the bush. There's a speed trap there. That means that area is supposed to drive 50. You approach there, you drive at 50 in that urban area. The same in Malawi. I've done a bit of work in Malawi. They don't hide in the bush. So you go to that place and you're aware that is the area. So and you can actually even see the cameras. So when they charge you, they saw you. But the guy here stops you and tells you, ask you, first of all, how fast were you driving? So you understand the problems we are having. We are more inclined to the hammer as opposed to information. And then in terms of even the design, the infrastructure itself, is it forgiving? Yes, it can be forgiving enough. But you see, that's why we need the audits before construction and even post-construction, because even if it may have looked good, but then, going forward, we need to keep that monitoring evaluation. I don't know, I could go on that, because my approach is normally like, instead of, going to the theory, really, how are we doing?
Yes. Well, thank you. By the virtue of you being a lecturer, I know you always have this urge to drive concept from the first principle, explaining it right from the beginning. So we really appreciate the responses from Engineer Catherine.
Excuse me, allow me to apologize for interrupting you. I should have started by saying I'm here representing the University of Nairobi, Department of Civil Engineering, and I salute my supervisors, Dr. Osano and Professor Gichaga. So that thing is so important for me to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we really appreciate the collaboration between University of Nairobi and the academia with the industry like KeNHA. Your responses, both from Engineer Catherine and Engineer Maderi, alluded to some of the strategies that the government needs to take into consideration. If you may allow me just to recap, the importance of strong leadership cannot be underestimated. Any great transformation that has been done in the world, it begins with the leadership. It begins with the leadership. So equally in road safety, I think that has been lacking, and it has been mentioned as one of the strategies that the country needs to pursue. Strong policies, legal and institutional framework where we anchor our actions on. Currently, the country is facing a lot of battles at court level. Strategies that would go a long way in enhancing safety, but they are being challenged. So the need for the government to look at how do we strengthen the legal and institutional framework. These are not my words, they are words from the panelists. And once we have identified the strategies, they will be on paper, yes, but for you to implement them, you need resources. Funding, very, very important. So dedicated funding. And then there's also the element of enforcement and consistency. Consistency. I would analogize this with the behavior of a child. If you're bringing up a child, if you're trying to steer a child in the right way and you do it only once and they see you're faltering, they will test you to the limit. But if they see you are consistent, they know this is the right thing to do. So that has been identified as one of the strategies that the government need to look into, especially in terms of enforcement, consistency, so that people don't just think, hiyo ni ya kukuja, alafu baadaye itakuja kupita. Collaboration. We said road safety is a shared responsibility. So coming out very, 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 very important and key in terms of delivering. You don't need to work alone. You require the collaboration of all stakeholders. And then also land use management. We design roads for a given use. So how the road users interact and relate with this is very, very important. So educating these people, very, very important. These are some of the insights that we have been able to get from our panelists. And this fits in now to my next question, which is on collaboration, the importance of collaboration and partnership that has been identified both at the global level and also in our national road safety action plan. The importance of this, both at public and private sector level, and even the contribution of the civil society cannot be underscored. So my question goes to Bright. Bright, you have worked as a board member, you served as a board member at National Road Transport Safety Authority, where you were very instrumental to looking at how we can change the course of road safety. Again, you also have extensive experience in the private sector. So linkages between the public, the private sector is very important. So my question comes in two parts. Despite having identified these as a key factor, collaboration and partnership, we are still not doing a lot. People seem to be working independently, and when you find one agency doing something, it's in conflict with another, or we don't speak to one another, there's no meaningful impact that we make. So I want you to just share with the audience, in your own view, the challenges in coordinating collaboration between government agencies and even the private stakeholder, and some of the measures that can be put in place to enable multi-agency collaboration, and also to incentivize the private sector to take active participation.
Thank you very much, Engineer Monica. Those are many questions packed in one, but I must start by appreciating you and the team for inviting me here. It is my singular honor to be here. I'm not too sure I have been amongst as many engineers as I am today in one place. I don't know if this is how people get honorary degrees. I'll be ready to receive mine at the end just by being around engineers. Before I answer your question, I just wanted to highlight something that I think it's Boniface has put across. We have a national action plan, and the action plan, if you read it, purports to be based on the safe systems approach, which you elaborated very much in detail. But I think what needs to change even before I get to collaboration is our approach. We are already looking for who is to blame in our responses. When we talk about everybody's responsibility, I just wanted to unpack that principle of the safe systems just a little more so that we're on the same page. It doesn't mean everybody, we are looking out for who is pointing a finger at who's doing what. What we are saying is, it's a circular principle that says policy is in place, the government has put funding in there, the arm of implementation, which is infrastructure, and the rest, licensing, have done their part. We have in place the post-crash care. Then you get to the user. The user will take responsibility when you've done, in that sequence, what you needed to do. But we are quick when we say human error. We are actually saying the rider is at fault or the pedestrian is at fault. And I come from a very practical example. I decided to just walk around, maybe I should say wheel around, and try to see why pedestrian bridges are not used with my wheelchair. And I found many pedestrian bridges with ramps. But there is a curb from the road, and then a step, and then the ramp. I will never use that bridge. So if the billions of shillings that you put in with me in mind as a user, I will never use it for a very good reason. So either we accept that we adopt the safe systems principles and interpret them in our context, or we continue with the sum total of the many, and that's how we have been operating. And that's the difference between Switzerland and Netherlands and Africa. There are countries as we speak that have already made the 50% reduction of road crashes. They've already met before the decade is over. We are here increasing. Africa has increased by 17%, while globally 5% has been reduced. So we must first begin by re-examining our approach to road safety, our approach to implementation, our approach to, and we have underestimated the role of infrastructure. And I'm happy that I'm among engineers. Infrastructure plays a key role in behavior change. And Engineer Monica, you mentioned Sachangwan. I was the vice chair of NTSA at that time, and heads had to roll, and heads did roll. And what you did was an infrastructural change. And the behavior of the people on that road changed. The drivers have had no way of continuing to do the thing that they were doing. And that's why, from a safe system approach, we say human beings will make mistakes. Even when they make mistakes at Sachangwan, the results cannot be the same as they were before the infrastructural input. So let's look at the whole. Then we begin to see where we drop the ball. We do many good things, but we do them with the mindset of the previous decade, of the sum of many equals one. It is supposed to be a system. Back to collaboration. I even forgot the question, but I'll try and remember. Again, in the action plan, it is very clear that collaboration and coordination would be key. But again, we see ourselves starting to fall into the cracks because I was there from day one of that action plan, and even what was there before, because I served in the National Road Safety Council, and I know maybe these young engineers have no idea what I'm talking about. Before the National Transport Safety Authority, there was a council, and it was a collaborative body that worked towards having the policy, transport policy, and also the institution of NTSA, the establishment of NTSA. Then, in this particular action plan, 2024-2028, and I must tell everyone so that we can hold our lead agency to account, one of the commitments in Marrakech, the Global Ministerial Conference from KeNHA, was fully implementing the action plan. So we will hold them to account for their own words. You government, I can talk from outside like that. There is a portion in that plan that talks about coordination, like the stakeholder forum, like the setup, who sits where, until everybody is involved. But where we are not getting it right is that the implementation plan is only owned by NTSA. To date, and next month will be 1 year since the launch of that plan. Can anyone stand somewhere and say we are an eighth, a quarter, halfway part implementing? We don't know. We are doing things, but we don't know. So who is doing what where? And that's where I challenge NTSA, because when it was created, coordination was one of the key mandates of NTSA, to coordinate all stakeholders. But we can only have that coordination function if everyone knows what to do and have a monitoring and evaluation strategy that then everybody fits in, so we can tell where we are at. We talk about having data-led, evidence-based interventions in the safe systems approach. But just try and get data. Not of the absolute numbers. Police have fantastic data in terms of where it happens, how it happens, who was involved. But just try and get that data. You will start with the IG. You might finish your project before you get a response. So again, how are we supposed to be collaborating on these data-led, evidence-based interventions? So the lead agency, because the private sector, non-governmental organizations are there to supplement the role of government and not to take over the role of government. So there needs to be a very clear structure as to how then we engage with government. It's there on paper, but in practice, it is something else. There is a lot of funding. I know because I know. I am working on a big consortium by the Bloomberg Philanthropies, that's where GRSP falls in. A lot of money in the world to deal with road safety. And some of it goes to little civil society organizations that we may never know how that work fits into our bigger plan. And that's why there's need for us to get on the table, come and have a very structured way of engagement so that we can even monitor progress and we can monitor successes, even from the micro to the macro level. The other issue with coordination is our own silo mentality, the different entities that are meant to. Ministry of Transport, then there's KeNHA, KENHA, then there's NTSA, then there are others. But we are not able to make a business case of road safety. Because really road safety is an investment. We can look at it as an investment other than from the expenditure perspective. And the private sector likes to hear, what's in it for me? How do I gain? How does it impact my business? So unless we are able to have clear communication and that narrative towards the business case of road safety, then it will be an effort in futility. We will leave it as a government issue and we don't see where we come in. Look at the savings that you talked about in your presentation. That can happen because we have organizations that have fleets. And those organizations that have fleets, most of them happens to have the best road safety records. Look at Bamburi, look at the rest. They will tell you they have 1,000 kilometer rides without a single crash. Again, it's all that put together. Structure is very important. Leadership then follows. How do I feed into the bigger plan? So those are just my preliminary thoughts towards your question.
Thank you. I wish we had more time to engage you on this topic. Damming feedback. For those who are in the infrastructure provision sector, she did mention about how we design our infrastructure. Do we have the road user in mind, especially the entry to the footbridges? I think all of us are taking note of this and we need to rectify. Also damming feedback for NTSA. And I think I was deliberate on choosing Bright to be able to be the one to respond to this question. I didn't want the government agencies to respond to it because we wanted to know the facts as they are. She has talked about a plan that we have, but nobody knows about it. The plan has got very wonderful strategies. So we need to speak to the people. We need to reach out to the stakeholders. She did talk of our approach as a government agency in terms of collaboration. We are doing it the wrong way. We need to change. We need to justify the business case of road safety. She has told us road safety is an investment. It's not an expenditure, it's not a cost. We need to have the matatu industry know this, that for them to invest in road safety, it is a savings for them. In that way, they will change their attitude and start behaving responsibly. She's given a good example of Bamburi, of Total. I know also of Total, they have a fleet. They know that investing in road safety is actually an investment for them. As an owner of a vehicle, even at our own personal level, if you're driving a vehicle, I know you have an insurance cover, but even if the insurance cover was to pay for the expenses of repair, there's also some cost that you incur as you pursue that. So behaving responsibly. Road safety, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, road safety is an investment.
Engineer,
and I think,
can I interrupt you and just affirm the fact that I sit on this wheelchair because of a road crash, and I can tell you the cost of a road crash. Even close to 30 years after the incident, in 2025, I still pay for that incident. So it's not just theory, it's a reality.
Exactly. And I'm glad we were able to bring you on board to share this with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting feedback from the people. So allow me to go to our next question. Our next question is on road safety management, and more specifically the role of NTSA and the National Police when it comes to management of road safety, regulation, and enforcement. And my question will go to Engineer Christine and also Boniface Otieno. Now, the public outside there sometimes are confused as to what is the role of NTSA and what is the role of the police. Where is the boundary when it comes to regulation of road safety, also when it comes to enforcement of road safety laws? There has been wars, and she did mention it, government institutions fighting among themselves, not knowing that the cause that we are pursuing is one, serving the citizens. So I'll invite Engineer Christine first, and then Boniface will come in later. Perhaps you could try to demystify or address some of these myths and assumptions that the public have on the role of NTSA when it comes to regulation of road safety. As a parastatal, with the mandate drawn from the NTSA Act, you are the lead agency when it comes to road safety matters. But we also know the police also have their mandate when it comes into this space. So tell us what is the role, and then also your collaboration with the National Police. How is it working out? And your own view, do you think it is working for the good cause of road safety? Thank you, Engineer Christine, and then Boniface, yes, will respond to that.
Thank you very much. First, I want to appreciate that I was given this opportunity to come and join you here today and talk to you about road safety. And allow me, before I go into the role of NTSA from an enforcement perspective, just to highlight a few issues which I would want us to consider seriously. And why I would want us to look at those issues is that, one, I head a department that audits the roads for safety to ensure that your roads are actually safe for all road users. And secondly, we actually have moved as a NTSA into evidence-based decision-making, where we look at both the causal factors and contributory factors for crashes. And the causal factors normally are the primary factors. That is the main reason that has led to the crash. And the contributory factors, that is now the secondary underlying issue. And why I'm talking about that is that in terms of when you look at our mandates, we are supposed to compile traffic-related crash reports. And what has this been able to do? It has been able to actually inform the authority in terms of what are the contributory factors, and you'll find for the road infrastructure, especially for the engineers who are present here, most of the times the road is actually a contributory factor and not a causal factor. So you'll find that if your roadside has been designed and it is unsafe, a head wall would be a silent killer. So if a driver loses control for any other reason and he hits that head wall, chances are that the vehicle will be damaged. It could be fatal or it could be serious. So I thought that as we look at, as a country, as we look at the causes of the crashes, we need to remember that a doctor who does not know what they are treating, then the net result will be the increment in the crashes we are seeing on our roads. And so these doctors are very many. There are very many. Some are seated in this room. Some are out there. But allow me to say that let that be a story for another day. Now, the question I have been asked is on the role of NTSA in terms of enforcement and the boundary between NTSA and the police and how that collaboration is working. In terms of enforcement, of course, the easiest one is to check compliance. And compliance is at different levels. We have the Intelligent Road Safety Management System, where we're able to actually enforce the speed limits for the PSVs and heavy commercial vehicles that have onboarded their speed limiters onto the Intelligent Road Safety Management System at NTSA. In terms of collaboration with the police have access and they're able to actually check on our system what speeds the specific vehicle was doing. And the beauty about the system is that on our side, once PSV is doing speeds beyond the acceptable limit of 80 kilometers per hour, we're able to actually reach out to the nearest police station, and we have real-time data. So we're able actually to inform the police, and they can take measures immediately. So that is in terms of how we are collaborating with the police. We also undertake joint road safety enforcement operations. And at that point, we actually educate the road users in terms of, during the operation, you're checking, is the vehicle roadworthy? Does it have an RSL? Are the passengers in the vehicle using their seat belts? So at that point, we're able to actually educate the road users. Now, the other thing that we do is evaluation, and that means that we are regularly monitoring the regulations to ensure that the different categories of road users are actually complying. So when it comes to the PSV matatu operators, the heavy commercial vehicle owners, again, from an evaluation perspective, we regularly hold awareness and education campaigns based on specific circles. So if we realize that this circle is having speed issues, it's having frequent crashes, we actually take time to educate their drivers and their conductors on what is expected of them. So that is in terms of compliance. So I've looked at the education, awareness, monitoring and evaluation, and monitoring covers the vehicle conditions, the crashes on our roads. And for the vehicle conditions, we also have, an SMS system that alerts the vehicle owners on when they're supposed to bring their vehicles for inspection. And remember that NTSA is actually outsourcing motor vehicle inspection, especially for the private cars, to the private sector. And we are hoping that that will improve on the level of compliance in terms of roadworthiness. Yes, now for the engineers, how are we enforcing what our engineers are doing on the roads. As Engineer Monica had presented, there's the element of road safety audits for the whole project cycle, and we do share our road safety audit findings and road safety inspection findings to the road agencies for corrective actions. We also share with them our detailed accident report findings. Again, that actually helps them then look at what needs to be done on their road infrastructure. And finally, from one of the things I would really want to emphasize to the engineers here today, 40%, between 40 to 80% of your interventions will definitely have a major impact on road safety. So where you find that pedestrians are not using your footbridges, you need to find out, why aren't they using your footbridges? Is it because of the ramp you've provided? Is it because at night our footbridges are dark? Or what is it? Now, I've also read that trying to change human behavior, that is the driver behavior, the impact normally is like 10%. So I am a believer that if you are targeting 50%, and KeNHA has already demonstrated that 60% of the crashes and fatalities are on their road network, if we were to support KeNHA to ensure their zero vision, it means 60% reduction automatically. If we look at then the pedestrians and say, what are we doing to ensure that our pedestrians are safe? And Dr. Engineer Maderi, who was my classmate, mentioned the issue about mobility and the speed bumps. Engineer, I want to share something with you and the rest of you here. These roads, and I'm saying the roads we are building, they are serving people. They are traversing through areas that are built up. And I can tell you that when the road agency does not install the bump, if Wanjiku finds that every time anybody is crossing there, they are knocked, what will Wanjiku do? Wanjiku will put a soil bump. And where is Wanjiku putting the soil bump? Wanjiku is telling the engineer, listen, you did not ensure that me as the pedestrian, I use the shortest, safest route. So I am going to force you to slow down your speed. Let us design for all the needs of road users. So in that area, if we had a usable footbridge, in her case, and I want to challenge those who are in this room, please take the engineers to Dubai. Just Dubai is here, maybe 40,000. Don't buy the ticket through your agent, just buy. Let them go. You'll find that where they have their footbridges, they have a small room on the side there where they have lifts. Maybe the sun in Dubai is more than the sun in Kenya, but they have lifts. So she just wheels herself into that lift. It goes up to that level. And then what happens? She wheels herself across the footbridge. Please, Engineer Fuko, when you have money, take my sister to Dubai just to see that very simple intervention. It will make a difference of a trip of 100,000. I'm sure we will begin thinking differently on how we can design for the needs of all the road users. Thank you very much. I need to hand over to my brother to enforce.
Thank you. The 3 E's, or the third, there is a 4th E, which Engineer Monica told us. So the E for enforcement is standalone. We will be there We have been there. And all the designs, all the regulations from NTSA, all the education NTSA will give us, if the road user has not followed that or adhered to that, then what next? It is enforcement. And I think Dr. indicated that enforcement has got sanctions, or how do we punish the traffic violator? So we are saying traffic violations should not be criminalized. If we have a lawyer in the house, they are really saying that traffic violations are not criminal. They are petty offenses. And that's why government has been really working on how to introduce instant fine. Because sometimes that violation, if you go to our criminal justice system, you overlap, I arrest you, I take you to court, you wait for your case to be called in at 2 p.m., you have wasted the whole day. While we could have just fined you, paid your fines, and go with your business. So we are discussing as a government, all the agencies in the criminal justice system, how we can lessen or how we can quickly dispense with a traffic violator. NTSA and police, we are working very closely. Engineer said, we have been having joint road safety clinics. And when you say road safety clinics, by that time when you reach that clinic and you have any problem with your vehicle, your driving license, we just compel you to renew it online and you proceed because it is a clinic. We don't carry the hammer for engineer material. The other thing I want also to put across is the bringing our services closer to people. I think, Engineer Monica, you will write in your sources of traffic law that at the fourth schedule of our constitution says that transport is a devolved function. So when transport is a devolved function, that the counties, our counties are supposed to deal with the transport. So for us, the National Police Service, reacting onto that, our Inspector General in 2023 posted senior traffic officers at the county level. They are called County Traffic Enforcement Officers, so that they can work with the CEC at the county level, so that they can work with the governors or the county transport management, and so that they can work with NTSA managers who are also at the county or from a regional level. And maybe Dr. did not indicate, all of us 2 weeks ago, we were in a conference where we were training county transport and safety committee members of 6 counties. So all this we are doing to bring these services, both police services and NTSA services, closer to the people. Bright said that you will never get police data. The data is available. And to address that holistically, NTSA and KeNHA had got that project of crash data system analysis where police we participated, where we trained almost 1,000 police officers to smartly or to digitally collect accident data. I think what we are waiting from KeNHA and the NTSA is to come up with the server. And Engineer Monica knows that the data center had got the opportunity, or people, researchers, Matheri, Ministry of Health, garages, can plug in to get the kind of data they want. Currently, we have manual data, but if you follow the protocol, you will get the data. And Engineer Monica, I think when you are doing your master's, I guided you to get data around Kisumu. So if we are approached, and we are always there to guide you on how to get police data, it is available. Why do we restrict it? Because it is Engineer Matheri who lost a loved one, and we are posting the name of his loved one to the public. So we are just protecting the data of that individual, of the victims. So that's why you can't get it publicly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just something I forgot to mention.
Yes.
Instant fines. NTSA and the other government agencies already working on that. And that has already been piloted. And we're just putting the regulatory framework in place. We have done pilots on Thika Superhighway, on the Southern Bypass, on Gong Road. We have cameras there that are actually able to read the number plate recognition system and facial recognition. And how that system is supposed to work is that because we have the data of the vehicle owner, anytime that vehicle is involved in any traffic violation, a message will be sent to the owner of the vehicle. And at that point, whatever fine they're supposed to pay will also be sent to the owner of the vehicle. And remember that you all have the smart driving licenses. It's able to actually pick the facial features, and you're given a period of like 30 days to actually pay. So every time, you can imagine, let me take an example that you're paying 1,500. So every time the message is sent, after the 30 days, if you do not pay the instant fine, then what happens? It now moves to another level. Now, in terms of services to the people, so far, again, the National Transport and Safety Authority, working with, out of the 47 counties, we now have 38 counties that have county transport road safety committees with county road safety action plans. So an equivalent of what we have at the National Road Safety Action Plan, but now this has been domesticated to county level because each county is actually unique in its safety requirements and the number of crashes that are occurring. So we already have rolled out that, and I want to believe that before the end of the year, the remaining 9 would have reached out to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It is great to learn. I can see Dr. Kiplagat also wanted to add something. Okay.
Yeah, I think it will be proper to highlight a few things which have come from the panelists. Of course, the National Transport and Safety Authority has an important role of coordinating. And out of this, one of the products of coordination was the National Road Safety Action Plan, which we are very proud that all of us participated. The road agencies, actually it was multi-stakeholder. And we all launched it together when we had the president unveiling this. And within this, Monica, engineer, you actually took us through the priority areas. And one, from those priority areas, all those stakeholders have some space because then road safety, we said, is a shared responsibility. Yeah, so it's true that next month on 17th, we will be having the first anniversary of the action plan. And I think one of the weaknesses of government, sometimes you do quite a lot, but because of communication, it doesn't get out there to be known. And I think we are all guilty, including KeNHA here. But then that doesn't, because it's not communicated out there, it doesn't mean that nothing is happening. I can state here that a lot is happening. And I think NTSA has planned a meeting next week. I don't know if it has come to KeNHA already. We talked about the conference. I think we all know that there are quite a lot of plans that the tentative date is, I think, about 8th to 10th of next month to commemorate the first anniversary. And before then, next week, I think the agencies will be meeting to take stock so that then we can have to see where we are in terms of what we've done in the last 1 year. But then just to mention a few, like coordination and delivery of partnerships, which is the first priority in the National Road Safety Action Plan. I can say here that a lot has been happening. We have two structures for coordination. We have the national and the counties. Of course, like it's inferred in the questions here, is that we are to form the multi-agency steering committee. Yeah, that the process started, it's not concluded, but on the part of the counties, these ones are working already. Nairobi was trained the other plan, which would be one of the things that will be discussed in the conference when we meet together, because we realize that funding is a big issue. We said that it's actually an investment. It's not an expense, but rather an investment. And that, within that investment plan, the user comes last. And how they'll behave will be influenced by their environments, which is the infrastructure. And actually from that investment plan, we learned that it's possible to reduce up to 15 to 19% if we only treat. I think we had about 600, and we collaborated in that, about 600 and something kilometers, which needed to be treated. And treatments are simple things, like we mentioned here, markings, yeah, the guardrails, ensuring that we've built the ramp, but then we just put that particular possibility for somebody to rise in. Because again, from our enforcements, and I think Boniface will say here that people will explain to you why they are not using, and some of those reasons are very valid, up to including cleanliness. Issues of funding, again, we hope that investment plan will help us to unclog that and pull more resources into funding, and that's something that has been done. Issues about risk targeting, engineer here has mentioned a lot about road safety audits. KeNHA and the other road agencies are doing a lot of that, but then it must be implemented, and that's why we need to discuss about funding. Issues of infrastructure safety, we've talked about. Vehicle safety is a big issue. At NTSA, I think we're only looking at, we are able to do about, I think, 25%. Why are we not doing 100%? Issues of capacity. How are we dealing with that? Engineer here talked about the outsourcing. And we are not reinventing the wheel, because this is something that has happened elsewhere, so that then we can capture all the vehicles and ensure that all the vehicles are actually complying. And this is something that the government has done. We've talked about the regulations here. Issues of enforcement against unsafe behaviors. We've mentioned here that speeding, issues of helmets. The regulations for border borders, for example, came in 2015, yeah? And if you go out, because we do quite a lot of education, among a crowd, if you are to ask them to raise their hands, those who have driving license or riding license, you hardly get a person. But how do you approach that? Okay, so a lot of collaboration which is happening. I can cite an example of Kericho, whereby the leadership has come in to support their people, because asking that particular rider to pay 5,000 for the license, I think you'll be speaking different languages, and therefore we need some innovative ways to ensure that we bring. And what number are we talking about here? About 2.53 million, okay? Will you stop them from not riding? You will not, because we are talking again about employment. So that coming together and discussing of innovative ideas, which again will need action beyond government itself, so that then we can be able to bring them into the license regime. That one is happening, and the government is doing that. Issues of post-crash. I remember as late as yesterday, we were having discussions about how do we train them. We've told, that one I have not thought about, like what Boniface was talking about, that the police are actually the first responders, which is true, because people will not want to go near that, but the police will always be there. But the other team that is always the first is the border borders again. Do they have the expertise? No. So we need, these are the areas that we are focusing on, and discussions like with the KeNHA medical training and colleges are happening, so that then we can do this. The issue of data. Data here, we talked about the crash systems, and that's only for one type of data, that is the crash data. We need information on roads, isn't it? We need information on users. We need information on hospitals. Yeah? It can't happen if we don't come together and building systems that can therefore channel all these data into one place, analyze so that then it can inform, because we do not have resources. And therefore, if we have to spend 1 shilling, then it should go into something that creates a lot of impact. So I was just reacting to this, Monica, to say that a lot is happening, but maybe we'll need to learn more to be able to communicate this, so that then, our people and ourselves will need to do that. And the other thing is that we're already in the table. Okay, we're already in the table. We met the National Road Safety Action Plan together. So there is no other invitations that we'll need to do, but actively engage each other so that then we can make our contributions and be able to take it to the next level. Because if we don't do that, we don't know who is using that vehicle out there. And if we are waiting for Monica to invite us or NTSA or the police, then we will lose a lot, okay? So what I'm saying is that we'll need to, if I'm forgetting something, please tell me you're forgetting something, do it very fast. So that then we can be able to move quickly and safe. We experienced a rise this year, about 9%, 9.8%. It has positives and negatives because, again, Boniface here, we work very closely with the police, will tell you that they've also improved in the way they are collecting their data. And therefore, what we are having in the country is some figures that is reflecting the reality. And that's something positive because now it paints the real issue, the magnitude of the issue that we need to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I know time is not permitting us. There's a lot to discuss. And thank you, Dr. Kiplagat, for that rejoinder and clarifying what NTSA is doing in line with the National Safety Action Plan. And I'm also delighted and very grateful to know the collaborative framework between NTSA and the National Police. That is what we want to see, working for the people in taking services closer to the people. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two fundamental questions here that I cannot afford not to ask. I know time is not on our side, but I request your indulgence. We'll do it very, very fast, and even the people whom I'm going to direct these questions to, I request that you be very brief and to the point, because we still have audience here physically, and then also questions that have been shared with our audience online. Now, a very critical area of addressing road safety is the linkages between use of data and using this data to inform the strategies that we need to put in place. And this leads us now to research and innovation. And as an agency, and even as government, we cannot do this without collaborating with the research institution. And very, very important to this role is the role of the academia. And also the issue of infrastructure management, how best we can have our infrastructure to cater for the needs of road users. So on data and how it fits into research and innovation, Engineer Maderi, I know you have a lot to say, but I would request that you be brief. How best can an institution like KeNHA, and not just KeNHA alone, even NTSA, collaborate with the academia and the research institutions to inform our strategies and even to influence our strategies on road safety. How best we can do that. Thank you. And then Engineer Catherine, your question is on infrastructure management. As an engineer who has participated in design and also management of road infrastructure with the bias on road safety, probably you could share some of your insights, yes? Some of your insights on what an authority like KeNHA, fundamental provisions that we need to take into consideration to ensure the safety of all road users. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be very brief as I've been asked to. I think in terms of data, first of all, I want to appreciate, I think up to 2 years ago and last year, we were doing something and we were dealing also with NT. And I think one of the items that came out is how to handle data. And I think at one point we even said that NTSA could actually become a data center in collaboration with others. How do I mean? If you look at Kenya Road Board, they have their own GIS database on the entire road network, which again fits with everybody else here. And that also needs to feed into the traffic demand and then, of course, what NTSA is collecting. The only thing is that there is a little link that now needs to be completed, because the data which is available now with the police, we've been picking that. There are some gadgets they have. But this data does not feed directly or what do I use? What word do I use here? It doesn't feed in a consumable data by the time it lands at NTSA, and you find that there are details that are only available from the raw data point of view as opposed to the summarized data. We'll be very happy to see that server completed. I hope, and that's why the investment, I believe that investment is happening at NTSA. We'll be happy to see that happening. Now, when it comes now to the research institutions, again, we say this is an investment. The problem, is about funding. And we've seen some agencies have what we call collaborative effort with research institutions. KeNHA, I can point out, this collaboration between KeNHA and University of Nairobi, which is working very well, and I hope that continues. There is also collaboration with other institutions as well. I know Technical University is also now collaborating with the NAMATA, and we have been invited also to, to be part of that collaboration. So that collaborative effort means that we are sharing information, we are sharing data, and we're also giving feedback, which we're also sharing directly. And it also influences the decisions that we make. Because you're looking at the network, from the academic point of view, we're engineers, yes, but the academic point of view, we normally go beyond. We go beyond, the normal sort of view to look at even what is the background, what could be missing, what data we have having. For instance, Mr. Otieno here, he has a data, but when you look with the research eye, you notice that there's underreporting of that information. How can we improve that? And if we actually use the properly reported information, how then do we, invest? And two, how do we improve on the policy so that, we're able to get a better result? I thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Engineer Monica. Now, in terms of road infrastructure provisions and how it affects road safety, I think one of the things that we need to do as engineers is to have a serious mind shift in how we view transportation infrastructure. First of all, appreciating and recognizing that transportation infrastructure is provided to move people. It's not for moving cars. It's for moving people. And if we put in the emphasis on where we see, on the modes that we see most of the people using,
then we are sort of going in the right direction. Where am I going with this? We know from the statistics that we've seen that in Nairobi, the biggest number of fatalities is on the pedestrians. Why? Because we have a very large number of people who walk. We have very few cyclists, and I can bet you it's not because people don't want to cycle, but it's because they have nowhere to cycle and it's very unsafe. And so if we put the emphasis in providing for these people who are walking and providing for people who are cycling, there's several things that will happen. One, you'll be encouraging people to use sustainable modes of transport, which means lower reliance on vehicles. And what happens if road crashes are caused by vehicles? If you reduce the number of vehicles, I mean, the crashes should reduce. Secondly, there is need to provide infrastructure that is actually usable by the people that it's targeting. I'll take an example, and especially because I'm in KeNHA. All the trunk roads that KeNHA designs, they pass through a lot of built-up areas. And what are the solutions that we see all the time, most of the time? You'll put up the road, then you'll start thinking, there's people who needed to cross this road, and you will go and throw in foot bridges. But if we start by thinking from the onset that we want all the people around this road to be able to move, I personally do not like footbridges, because I always say that footbridges are a lazy design. The design engineer did not sit and think about all the users of this road before you went down and put down your designs. So if you went to an area and, for example, just thought about, how about keeping the people who are crossing at grade? Because why should you ask Bright to go up a ramp that is like some 30 meters up and then go across and then go down again? Why don't you keep the people who are walking at grade and lift the vehicles? You probably just need to lift the vehicles, 3 meters to be able to actually have, people comfortably walking and vehicles going up some 3 meters. The vehicles will not even feel it. And when you provide such kind of solutions, we talked about speed humps. You don't want to put a speed hump on a trunk road because you are reducing the functionality of that road. But if you lifted that road so they can still keep to their 110 kilometers an hour up there, but you still have the people who are needing to move from one side of the road to the other at grade, moving down comfortably, I think such kind of solutions, you'd find that there'd be an improvement where you're not degrading the trunk road, but you're also providing safe facilities for the people who are on the ground. The other thing is about encouraging the sustainable modes of transport. And I would ask, what's the correlation between, say, BRT and road safety? And I'll tell you what it is. If you can provide a mass transit provision like BRT that is safe, reliable, people are happy to use it, guess what they will do? They will leave their cars and they will jump onto this BRT. They'll be able to get where they need to get to in good time, and you will have a net effect of having reduced the vehicles on the road. How about providing good cycle lanes along the routes where we know that people go? We know people come from Kibera, Kawangware into say, industrial area, or along Jogoo Road. You have a lot of people there walking. Believe you me, if you provided very good cycle lanes that are complete from where they need to start to where they need to go, you will have more people using those kinds of modes. So I think the main thing, and I would like to emphasize this, is the mind shift to look at the movement of people and the people, the greater number of people that need to be moved and provide for them. And and at the same time ensuring that you can also maintain the integrity of the different road classes that are there.
Okay, thank you. We will move now to the audience, but before we move to the audience, Bright, you did mention road safety being an investment and the opportunities that are outside there. We are not looking at the challenges that we go through as problems, but they also provide us with an opportunity to explore what exists outside there. So probably you could share with us alternative and sustainable funding options that not only the government bodies can tap into, but even people in the private sector, people in the road safety advocacy could tap into and facilitate road safety initiatives that they have in just a brief contribution.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I still believe road safety is an investment. You earlier in your presentation talked about PPPs, which is one way to go. And it's not just about capital, it's also about expertise, where you can share expertise and knowledge. There are issues like insurance. I believe it's in the best interest of the insurance companies to not have crashes because that eats into their bottom line. We haven't had a way. There has to be something that comes from the insurance that feeds into like NTSA, for example, or other entities. There are issues like earmarked taxes. For example, how comes traffic fines, for example, cannot come back, a portion of it at least, to NTSA or traffic police or for road safety purposes? So there are other innovative ways like collaboration. Again, you pool resources so that you have the best results, other than having the silo mentality that ends up with waste and duplication. And if things are done at small scale, you get less results than when they're done at larger scales. And then finally, I already mentioned making a business case for road safety. That if you invest in road safety, for example, looking at our transport sector, the SACCOs, how many days is the driver away because they had a crash, or even the ones that employers that have fleets, how many days is somebody away because they had a crash? Even in the private sector, how many of your employees will be away because they had a crash? I was a banker when I was involved in a crash, and I was away for almost 7 months out of work. So what does that translate to in terms of the company or the organization? So those are just some of the ways of looking at what already exists, and is not even creating new ways, but tapping into already what exists and looking at road safety as an investment and bringing it back. NTSA churns a lot of money, creates a lot from inspection, from what, but they don't have direct access to that. It goes to the exchequer and they have to beg, because I have an idea. So what if we said this percentage of what NTSA produces then goes to road safety? Look at construction of roads, the monies that we receive, for example, from our development partners. We would like to say maybe 10%. Can't it just go dedicated to road safety? So those are just some of the ways we can work around so that it's legal, so that it's straightforward, so that it's known that this is earmarked. And without an earmarked budget, I always say the best way for a plan not to work is for you not to show me the money. Because if you have a plan without the money, it's as good as not having a plan.
Thank you, Bright. And I like that strategic thinking of finding ways on how we can tap into what exists amongst us. And your thoughts, and I would hope that we are taking notes that we can use to advise the policymakers to make a case for that. We'll move now to the plenary, and I think we'll have one mic here, and then also allow people to raise questions. I see Engineer Howard's hand is up, then Engineer Victoria, and then Engineer Maxwell. So we take 3 at a time, and then after that, then we'll take others, and then also take the ones that are online. So kindly pass the mic.
All right.
The online one first?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
One, this is from Samuel. How feasible is it to encourage self-regulation, particularly for drivers not to get behind the wheel when they have already consumed alcohol beverages? And 2, Uganda is currently implementing the 30% kilometers per hour. Is Kenya on the road to the same? Lastly, what lessons can we learn and implement from Rwanda, especially how they are handling the border riders' helmets, and enforcing traffic regulations around Kigali. So those are three from the online audience.
Thank you. I think I'll start because my question is a follow-up to the speed one, to Engineer Madheri. I'm wondering, we are designing and building highways, and we normally put the maximum speed limits. But as you drive on the road, sometimes you realize accidents are also caused by lack of minimum speed limits. Someone is driving so slowly on a highway that ends up causing accidents because other people are coming with the mentality that this is supposed to be a fast a road, and yet someone is driving at 30. Should we also have lower speed limits? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the great presentations. I've listened through from the first presentation to the panelists, and I've noted that we've spoken about many good things, except the most important thing that should reduce accidents. And I'm not surprised that when Bright says that our accident statistics are increasing instead of reducing, I'm not surprised. Dr. Kiplagat, when I listened to your profile, it was said that you have studied spatial planning. I'm glad you work for NTSA. I wanted to hear you say how NTSA is mainstreaming spatial planning and development control to reduce accidents. It didn't come out very strongly. The person who seemed to be getting this well was Professor Madheri from the University of Nairobi. But when he was trying to bring out his point, Engineer Christine from NTSA tried to pull that point down. And I wanted to take this opportunity to ask Engineer Christine and Dr. Kiplagat to go back to Professor Madheri's class. That is a place where we are going to get a solution to reduce accidents. I want to just take this one chance to take us back to that example of Dubai, where we are discussing about pedestrian facilities that have got an escalator to enable everybody to give access to users. I do not see reason why we should handpick that example from Dubai and refuse to recognize that in Dubai, highway E11 goes smack through the city. It doesn't have a single bump. It doesn't. And it doesn't kill people. The accidents that are seen there are not pedestrians being knocked down. If you find an accident on E11, it's a vehicle involvement, self-involvement or vehicle to vehicle. And there is a lower frequency of accidents on that highway because of spatial planning and development control. If we do not fix that, it's as though we are discussing broad-based government, but we are leaving out the NADCO report. Everything we have discussed is a good thing, but let us go back to the main thing. And that thing sits with Dr. Kiplagat. Please mainstream spatial planning and development control. That is going to bring our accidents down, maybe 50, maybe 60%, who knows. As long as we do not do that, bumps on highways are a no-no. I'm sorry to say this, but it is like trying to, trying to stop diarrhea by sewing the exit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Howard. You've rightly put it, because that was also one of my concerns from Dr. Andrew on spatial planning. And I think I will not belabor on that. Engineer Howard has put it correctly and rightfully. And a case in example in Kenya, we can just have a look at Southern Bypass. Why we have very low fatality rates on pedestrians in Southern Bypass, the impact of spatial planning and gazettement of Southern Bypass as an access control road. And currently we know we already have some accesses which have been struggling to get their way into the Southern Bypass. And we know like KeNHA works a lot hard to protect such an environment to be an access controlled environment. But it needs to come strongly from transport policy, which is higher than KeNHA, which is mandated on development and maintenance of such an infrastructure. And we have other bypasses which are coming along. Eldoret bypass has come along. We are talking of Nakuru bypass. We have Kericho bypass. And very soon, access control becomes a huge issue. And now we reduce a highway to a street. And now the issues of footbridges that Engineer Christine and Nani and Catherine has alluded to becomes now an issue. But they should not have been an issue in the first place. My second area of concern is on the National Road Safety Action Plan. And just before I highlight this, it's also good to emphasize to the members of this forum currently attending online and physically, yes, we have a National Road Safety Action Plan in case you are not aware. And the document is very much available online. You just type National Road Safety Action Plan Kenya, and it is very much available. And you'll see the issues, you'll appraise yourself the context of the issues that we are talking about, the focus areas, the 8 pillars that the nation is focusing on with regard to improving road safety. And it's running, it has a target of up to 2028 when we should have achieved this target. And now speaking now to the global target of 2030, sometimes it's good to look at figures objectively. If we are talking of reducing, then we must be tactical with figures. One of the recommendations when we were deliberating on the National Road Safety Action Plan, and one of the points that was laid emphasis on is now developing an implementation plan to the action plan, because the action plan was supposed to be an overarching document so that the implementation framework can even break down these figures into annual targets. And we are all in public service. In public service, if you don't give a public officer targets, performance targets, it just becomes a conversation and we just become politically right in every statement that we make. So I know you have, especially from NTCA, I've had a very good steps towards funding, which is very encouraging, which is one of the pillars. But on the other 8 pillars, we lack a monitoring framework. We lack assigning of responsibility on each and every pillar, and with measurable deliverables that will speak to the national plan. Come 2028, we shall just be drafting another plan to take us to 2032 without having tangible achievements of the current one. So I feel we desperately need an implementation plan that breaks down all the figures put in the action plan into the 4 years plan that we are talking about. Whether bottom up or top down on the cascading of this plan, but it needs to be put into context how this shall be achieved. Thank you.
Okay, so those are very many questions.
Mine are more like comments and some just to pass information on what had come from the discussion. First of all, I'd like to inform everyone here that we are planning to do some footbridge. Several footbridges are upcoming, and one of it will be Wayakiwe Association for the Physically Disabled. It will have the lifts as the one of Dubai. And then also, I've had Dr. Kiplagat indicate that there is some deficiencies in the laws for enforcement on speed. So if we have discovered that we have deficiencies, what are we doing about it? Can't we come up with the legislation to tie the loose ends so that we can be able to have the laws work for us? On National Police Service, the cash data, that thing, we engaged several police officers, about 1,000. It was a very good program, but so far it's not working. We wrote to the IG for a meeting to discuss and deliberate on the best way forward on the same. I believe we'll now talk again about it so that we can have a logical conclusion and ensure that everything works. There is also the issue of collaboration. We need to do more on footbridges. Again, lack of usage. As an authority, what we are doing is that we are going to cluster the footbridges that we have and ensure that we maintain them appropriately so that they are used to the purpose that they intended to. And in case there are any issues that hamper the access to them, as enumerated by Bright, we are going to address them. That rest assured. I'll also like NTSA to benchmark with the Bamburi and the Total to see if the people operating within the same ecosystem, why are they complying, whereas we are saying that we are not able to ensure that some of the drivers can be able to comply. What are they doing that perhaps we are not doing? Again, on another issue is issues of funds. I would like maybe the issue to come up so much, because it's one of the issues that we can have so many plans, but as long as there are no funds and dedicated to that cause, it will be very challenging. So as we plan for the road safety conference, I believe as private sector and let that thing also come out from your end so that it's popped up and all the policy makers are able to know the urgency of that. As also you have indicated in the cases for where there are success stories, we have indicated that funds are very key and resources to actualize those plans. So I believe what Engineer Kamwana has indicated, the implementation plan. My thinking is that the road safety conference, we shall come up with this implementation plan, be able to assign roles, clear timelines, and monitoring, evaluation, and then and timelines for review of the same, so that we don't just be talking again and again and people are dying on the roads. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can take those ones. We will begin with the one that came from online participant. The first question was how we can influence the driver's mindset so that they don't get behind the wheels when they're already drunk. And then the 30-kilometer speed limit. Other countries are already implementing it. Uganda. When will Kenya be able to adopt this? Remember, this was one of push from the UN, especially in the urban centers, to reduce on the severity of accidents. And then the Rwanda case on helmet. But I think that question was addressed to NTSA. Allow me, I know I'm a moderator, but I can also chip in. For the case of Rwanda helmet, allow me to just respond to that. What people do not know, that a lot of policies that Rwanda has been able to implement, they have actually took it from our shelves, went and duplicated, and what made the difference is the implementation. And then the will in ensuring that it is implemented. The helmet case we have here in Kenya, but I think the problem has been on consistency in implementing some of these policy issues. Even on the one of speed enforcement, speed governance, Rwanda took it from here, went ahead and implemented it. And this speaks to a very powerful quote by one of the economists, a renowned economist in the US, about culture. He said culture feeds on strategy for breakfast, lunch, and supper. It doesn't really make any difference how many good strategies that you have. But if you have a poor culture, it will never take you anywhere. So what we are suffering from as a country is a poor culture to road safety. We have wonderful, magnificent laws and regulations, policies that have been put in place, but our culture and attitude is what brings us down. So having said that, allow me to give Kiplagat a chance, and then the issue of the lower speed case by Victoria, where people are driving slowly on certain case. In the US, I think on their motorways, if you're found to be driving at a speed that is not permitted, it is an offense. I think it is high time us as a country also to have implemented such kind of laws. There is the implementation action plan for National Road Safety Action Plan, which needs to be done. Like yesterday, you will respond to that. What is it that you are doing? Deficiencies on the laws, what
NTSA is also doing. Now, the issue of crash database, because it cuts across, I'll allow Boniface, NTSA, and of course, now KeNHA, to be able to respond to it. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the many questions. Yeah, so allow me to maybe tackle the last, and I think this was raised by Engineer Kamwana. Yeah. And this is regarding the implementation plan for the National Road Safety Action Plan. We admit that perhaps we were slow, but it could be because of many things that we are doing. And we are already on that because I said next week on 18th to 19th, we've invited a meeting whereby we take stock of what has happened in the last 1 year of implementation of the action plan and be able to agree together on how do we move forward. And this will be a pre-activity towards now the conference on, I think the team that has been planning has agreed to have it on 8th to 10th of April. So in that meeting, one of the outcomes is to share responsibilities and ensure that everybody is clear about what they need to do, so that then in the second anniversary, we'll be coming in to report strongly. So I think that is taken care of by those two activities that I've mentioned. Number two is the role of spatial planning. Yeah. This is critical, but then I want us to reflect on where we are coming from. We talked here about the motorbikes. They came into the transport sector in 2005. We are trying to get regulations in 20. We got regulations in 2015. So what are we doing? We are doing corrective. Ideally, in spatial planning, you plan first before development comes. Okay, but we understand the circumstances that we are doing. So does that mean that there is nothing we can do? No, there is something we can do. And what are we doing? We talked about the county transport and safety committees. Remember that spatial planning is a devolved function. The CTSCs, the 47 of them, we've gazetted 38, inaugurated 20, and the 9 are, I think, should be gazetted soon. So our strategy is, through these county transport and safety committees, we push the agenda of planning. And how will this happen? Is that if you look at the last very bad crash that happened in Londiani, what was the issues? Is that some truck, because of some reasons, it crashed to people and we lost quite a number of them. What were the situations? We were having people on the road doing their businesses. So what should happen is that these people should be removed out from the road, so that then, in case of anything, the road is clear. And to be able to do this, then we will require the counties now to pull away such traders from the road into markets that are out, so that then we leave the road clear. And if you look at the safe systems approach, yeah, the most ideal thing to do is, as priority number one, is we segregate the users. We make sure that the vehicles don't meet with pedestrians, they don't meet with these other users, so that then we are able to protect them. But then in our circumstances, it's difficult to do that. That's why we go to the second steps, up to including maybe pedestrian services. So what that needs to do is we pursue that avenue of empowering the county transport and safety committees, so that then within those contexts, then we can get to correct some of these things, like removing traders from the roads, ensuring that roads, because when we talk about motorways, you should be able to move. And if you look at the categories, your engineers, the classifications of roads, yeah, when you have the main road, maybe class A, it should be free from maybe vehicles that are moving slowly. When you go all the way to class E and F, then that should be able to contain the different needs, transportation needs, and therefore reduce the possibilities of having conflicts of the road users. So that's how we are trying to approach using spatial planning, but what it's happening is that it's corrective, and therefore it may take long, but pursuing it through the county transport and safety committees would be able to give us that, but we need to be consistent so that then they are clear on how to address that. On the issue of speed, I think there was 30 kilometers per hour. I want to combine with deficiencies of law, deficiencies in law. That I think in law now, it's what is provided for is up to 50 kilometers per hour. We do not have 30 kilometers per hour, and especially in areas around schools and hospitals. And we recognize this as NTSA, and there are many activities happening towards this end. One is that there is a review of the Traffic Act, so that then we can be able to incorporate these issues on speed as one of the risk factors. And that is being done by the ministry, and I think it's supported by the World Bank. But then even within the NTSA, we are focusing on the behavioral risk factors, and we are working with GRSP who are supporting us to do this, and those are ongoing. What's the intention? To be able to focus on these deficiencies in law. Besides that, I mentioned earlier on that we have drink driving regulations that is at advanced state. It has already passed the pre-scrutiny stage in Parliament, and we are hoping that very soon that can be passed also, so that then it can address these issues of drink driving. And we know, I think somebody mentioned here about, is it possible to self-regulate? I think that self-regulations would possibly be from the knowledge that the law can be, if you violate that, then we have the law to be able to take care of that. And in places where this has worked, I think it's accompanied by strong enforcement, and this strong enforcement is underlined by a strong legislation. So besides that, I think this is in the action plan, use of technology to enforce. Okay, instant fines has been mentioned here for traffic infractions. Already at NTSA there is a project which again is implementation of the action plan, and this is to do with instant fines, which is again at an advanced stage. And when that passes, then it's going to help. I believe during the piloting, some of us here have got messages that are informing us about maybe overspeeding in some sections. And we believe that once that is properly in place, then it can be able to deal with that. Which other one? So besides then on deficiencies, we have one on drink driving as one of the laws that we are trying to strengthen. There is another one on school transport. That's another very weak area, which weak in law, and therefore we need a special regulations to deal with that. There is one on motor vehicle inspection. I think that's another law which is being strengthened. There is another law on operation of heavy commercial vehicles. And this one then will help clarify or strengthen weak areas so that when the police are enforcing this, they have the capacity to be able to use it to reduce fatalities. I don't know, Monica, if...
Thank you very much. Just allow me to comment on, first of all, on the issue of the lifts. That is coming because we have visited some of the bridges, footbridges that have been constructed, and the ramps are not user-friendly. So you can't wheel somebody up those ramps. So the quickest fix that we thought would be user-friendly was just to have a lift that, and that is where we're borrowing from, Dubai. That was just an example, but the road agency is at liberty to decide what is the best option. But because of space constraints, we thought that that would be a solution. Please visit the Nyamasaria Bridge and try going up that ramp. In terms of Bamburi Cement, Mombasa Cement, we have a heavy vehicle safety action plan where we have borrowed from those specific transporters on how other heavy commercial vehicle owners can implement safety measures that they have put in place. And we have seen that their fleet of vehicles has a reduction in terms of fatalities and injuries. And then in terms of the speed deficiencies, we have also developed a speed management policy, which is at the ministry. And we are hoping that the ministry will look at it, because remember, policy formulation really is at the ministry level, and they should be able to subject it to public participation so that we can implement the same. In terms of self-regulation, there is a working group that is looking at data event recorders or the telematics, and they have worked on how we can actually use that to monitor driver behavior. And I want to believe that once the regulations to govern that and the requirements are effected, which are at an advanced stage, we should be able to use technology to self-regulate. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to add to the 30 kilometers, the success that we have in Uganda. It is a very clear illustration of collaboration. It's a similar project with what we are trying to do with NTSA and other grantees, that you have a consortium. And that's why I'm very key in looking for a defined consortium. Many things are happening, but if there's no place, the same we have with the National Helmet Coalition, there's a place that you can measure, that you can watch. So it was really a civil society led, but because of the consortium, sitting under government and working with the Ministry of Transport, having access even to parliamentarians, so it's a whole consortium that comes together, all of them working at the same thing at the same time, and putting their resources. Each grantee had their small seed capital, and each of them was putting it towards the same cause. So it's a really clear example of working together, collaboration, and hopefully I can confirm we are working on a similar thing with NTSA, and hopefully we can pass this through. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the responses and even Bright demonstrate the stronger need for vertical and horizontal collaboration amongst different stakeholders to move policies from just paper to implementation. I have two questions from an online attendant. One, both a comment and also a question, and allow me to read verbatim. Betty, she is very thankful for the interactive forum, and I would like to also to add to Bright's comment on silo mentality. She's saying that there are very many road safety actors who purport to be engaging in road safety, but the impact cannot be measured. She would like an initiative that aims to provide accreditation to road safety auditors. And what she's asking, could this be extended to organizations providing road safety prevention activities, especially along major funded roads, to ensure quality of training and the impact of the activities are measurable, as this directly feeds into agenda of reduction of crashes along KeNHA highways. I'll respond to that, but the other question that has come also from an online attendant by the name Caroline is on the collaboration of the National Police Service. She's asking if National
Police Service collaborates with emergency response agencies so as to save lives timely, especially fire and medical. Wanted to know that. So as I pass on the microphone to Boniface, allow me to respond to Betty's question. Thank you for the comments and the compliment. And on accreditation of road safety practitioners, this is a study that is ongoing to develop a framework. And once the framework is developed, then there are systems that will be set in place to train and also to accredit road safety practitioners. So we hope this will provide even for agencies that you have alluded to. Boniface?
There was a question on speed that was directed at me, and I wanted to respond to that. When your name is mentioned, I think you have a right of reply. And I wanted to reply like this, that speed is everything good and everything bad in transportation. Also, speed is a low-hanging fruit that we all like to attack, you know, and that's why now I've heard you mention even 30 kilometers per hour, which is okay. And I'll challenge each one of you, when you go home today, try and drive at 30 kilometers per hour. And you'll see what the impact it has. In other words, 30 kilometers per hour is really for you when you're deep in the residential area. Those cul-de-sacs, not when you're coming out onto public roads out there. There you should be talking about 50. Or when you're in shopping areas, when you're driving through the parking lots, yes, 30. But when you're in those places, 50. Now, about the lower speed limit, there is something called lane hogging. When you want to hog onto the first lane and you're driving at 40 and you're actually causing obstruction, that's actually an offense. I don't know if our friend here can elaborate on that. And it's an offense in a lot of countries, actually, to be lane hogging. But in our country, we have a problem. If you check on the highways, even on Thika Road, you'll find that a lot of people tend to bank onto the first lane, and you're forced to overtake on the left. But that is pointing to what I was alluding to earlier, because these drivers, where are they trained? What is the driver training? What is the attitude that I need to stick on the first lane? And sometimes even, you know, blocking people who want to overtake. So that's why I said speed is everything good and everything bad. When it's good, it gives you good economics. You're actually having very good savings. When you cut down on speed, then you start, you know, having issues of frustration, where the speed should be, you know, reasonable. When you forcefully or force it down, you start now bringing frustration. And frustration now can lead you downstream into issues of risk-taking, because you're actually forcing people into restriction. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Number one, I want to indicate that first aid provision, for example, is a mandatory lesson to all traffic police officers. Remember, I said they are first responders, but today again, the motorcyclists, the border are always the second responder. Therefore, on emergency evacuation to all crash scenes, we coordinate so well with the nearest hospitals. I'll give example in Nairobi. Nairobi, we deal with the KeNHA and Mama Lucy Hospital, because again, we have issues along Kangundo Road and Outer Ring Road. They are served by Mama Lucy Hospital. Along the highways, like the Northern Corridor, we coordinate well with the former PGHs, Provincial General Hospitals. Today, I think they are county referral hospitals. So, for example, Nakuru-Salga belt, we have got a direct link with PGH Nakuru. So, whenever we have any problem, we do access them. Somebody said online about self-regulating, about alcohol and driving. Several companies have got regulations where their drivers go through an alcohol check before they come into the company or before they take the vehicles. We are also aware that some modern vehicles have got alcohol detectors. You go into that car, you are drunk, the vehicle detects that you have alcohol and it doesn't start. So they're expensive to install or to have. And that's why we are back to particularly public service vehicles, self-regulations, the operators. Can they invest in having self-alcohol regulations before they come on the road? Because when they come on the road, by the way, we do a lot of breathalyzer operations, particularly during the weekends. So before you come to the road, particularly public service vehicles and commercial vehicle operators, if a company invests on that, it is good for us, it is good for everybody, because we will be 100% sure the drivers on the road are sober. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it has been a very engaging discussion. I don't know if there are any more questions. Yes, we are winding up. But allow me just to make a rejoinder on what Boniface has said about self-regulation. Road safety, we did say, is a shared responsibility. It begins with us. So we shouldn't really wait for the enforcing agencies to make us abide by the regulations. At individual levels, ensure that you are compliant. The police do a lot, and if we are to wait for them before we can act, I think we will not have a country. We will not have a country. We are stakeholders, we are shareholders in our country, and we need to take the responsibility to safeguard our shares. So having gone through that, I don't know if we may not have time for them to make like a final rejoinder, but allow me to appreciate our panelists. It has been a very engaging and interactions, and I would want to believe that we have learned a lot from it. For the participants who are here, thank you very much for being with us, and I hope you have learned something that you will take forward and implement. Directorate of Policy Planning, Planning, Research and I've gotten the name wrong. I don't want to attempt it again. Thank you very much for making this possible. And as we move out, I encourage all of us, let's not wait for somebody to act. Let's take the course of our life into our hands and do something and change our country for the better. Thank you so much. I would want now to hand over the program back to Dr. Victoria. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. As Dr. comes to the floor, please watch out for the next edition, the 6th edition of the Knowledge Sharing Forum. We will emphasize, if we keep time, we will end up in good time. But we apologize for the delays here and there. Nonetheless, I believe you have all benefited from this forum. Check on the Central Knowledge Repository for the proceedings of these engagements. Share with it with colleagues in the office, and let's keep on engaging so that we can learn and unlearn on some of these and even more practical topics. You can also give us any suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about in the next forum. Thank you very much. I will hand over to engineer, but lunch is served. Second floor and first floor, but I would like us to go to second floor for the interest of time. After engineer is done with the closing remarks, we'll invite Nelly to do a closing prayer and offer a prayer for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I release our panelists, I request directors to join them so that we take a photo as we conclude this session. Kindly join the team so that we can take a group photo as we wrap up today's knowledge sharing session. Our camera people, you're on standby. I hope you are We can do this in a minute or so. As they organize themselves, thank you very much for staying on. It's been one very long one, this one. I guess we have all learned something, and that we are going to have better statistics going forward. To our viewers online, you have tarried for quite a while. We appreciate you. Thank you all. A round of applause to our panelists. Haven't they done justice to the topic?
Yes.
Yes? All right. So mine is very short. I'm just here to give a vote of thanks. And as they disembark from the podium, I will start by thanking our management. The DG, I saw him online. And here, physically represented by Director PRC, Director Gatitu. We really appreciate the support on these forums. Second appreciation goes to Director HDS. Thank you very, very much for leading this session. This is the second time you're doing this. We appreciate you and your entire team. Team Safety, asanteni sana. You have done well. Engineer Monica, that was very good. We appreciate you. Our guest panelists, we appreciate each and every one of you. Miss Bright, thank you. Engineer Catherine, asante sana. Engineer Ogut, thank you. Mr. Boniface and Mr. Kiplagat. Dr. Kiplagat, we appreciate you so, so much. Asanteni sana. To all KeNHA staff here present, thank you for tarrying for the long hours. Thank you for the interactive session that we have had. To those online, thank you for staying on. I hope you didn't turn it on and left. Hope you have learned something. To the research, innovation, and knowledge management team, I am proud of you. Thank you for always being there and for organizing these sessions. Geoffrey, asante sana. To the digital team, thank you for making sure we are online throughout. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I think after this very good session, it is up to each and every one of us to reduce the fatalities by half as envisaged. And for the KeNHA statistics of 60%, that is on the highways, if we can reduce them to zero, as Engineer Monica said, that would be great. And I think it can start by just us having our guardrails and our signs staying put. The vandalism is a lot, so if we can do a more awareness on our people so that they know that the road signs and the guardrails and all those road infrastructure are for their own safety, I think that will go a long way to reduce this 60%. Otherwise, my name is Victoria Okumu, Deputy Director, Research, Innovation, and Knowledge Management. It's my pleasure to host each and every one of you every quarter of the year so that we learn, we unlearn, and we learn again. Thank you very much.
Let's be upstanding. We pray. Thank you, dear God, for this afternoon. We thank you, God, for this day. Thank you, God, for enabling us meet here yet for another edition of the Knowledge Sharing Forum. Thank you for the guests that we've had and all the knowledge that have instilled in us. And as we disperse, maybe with us, help us to be good Kenyans. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you. Lunch is served. Enjoy. Bon appetit.